Hello. Today we are going to be doing something a little bit different, and we are going to be playing a horror game. Now, I don't know if I have played any horror games, especially any like this. This it's called Slay the Princess is the name of the game, and let me go ahead and get that over to the scene. Awesome. So this game is a really new. I want to say that it is a what is it called? Visual novel in which like you make decisions and stuff like that. But I have no idea. I don't understand anything about this game other than the fact that we're supposed to slay the princess. I really like this music. It's very creepy. It's very good for like a Halloween type of thing. Alright, I guess I will just go ahead and get right into it. Oh, the clicker thing, the mouse, the pointer is it's a little claw. I really like that.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Okay. Oh, okay, so I can actually like
You're here to slay
look
her.
around a little bit.
If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
It will be the end of the world. Okay. Explore the end of the world? What are you talking about? Have you considered that maybe the only reason she's going to end the world is because she's locked up? Killing a princess seems kind of bad though, doesn't it? Oh, there's a lot of... Oh my god, there is a lot of dialogue. Okay. Let's see here what... Bad though. Can't someone else do this? Forget it. I'm not doing this. Have you considered that maybe I'm okay with the world ending? Do I get some sort of reward? Okay, thanks for telling me what to do. Sweet. I've always wanted to off a monarch viva la revolution. That's really funny. Okay. Let's see here.
While I appreciate the mental exercise, we are running up against a bit of a ticking clock. Nevertheless, let me assure you, the princess is locked up because she's dangerous. She is not dangerous because she's locked up.
Okay. I
Before you decide
don't
to
know if I
waste
believe
even
you.
more of our time by asking how I know that, let me suggest a more pragmatic lens through which to view this situation. Causality doesn't matter here, because the end result is the same no matter what led us up to this point. If the princess leaves the cabin, the world will end, and there is no changing that.
Okay.
It's no use arguing semantics over a metaphorical chicken or egg, because the egg is hatched and it's about to ruin everything. Unless,
Okay.
of course, you do your job and slay her.
Okay. Okay, so, oh, I can choose multiple things. Okay, cool. The end of the world? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the end of everything as we know it. No more birds, no more trees, and perhaps most problematically of all, no more people. You have to put an end to her.
I don't quite understand why it would get rid of all of the birds and trees. Like, I understand, okay, she would murder all of humans. Okay, cool. I mean, not cool, but whatever. I understand that. But, like, everything? But, how can a princess locked away in a basement in the world?
Don't linger on the specifics. You have a job to do.
It's literally what I was just
Get
asking.
in there and do what needs to be done. We're all counting on you.
Alright. Do you have any evidence to back this up?
Look, you're already on the path that leads to the cabin. Why would you be here if it weren't to complete a very important task? You've made it this far, you might as well reach the end of your journey.
Okay, that's kind of a fair point. Killing a princess seems kind of bad though, doesn't it?
Does it? Are you a monarchist? Is slaying a princess that much worse than slaying a fisherman or a miller or a seamstress? If anything, slaying a princess is much better than slaying a seamstress. Seamstresses contribute something of value to society.
Okay, narrator, I kind of agree with you. Interesting. You make some fair points, okay.
Oh, if only that were the case, but I don't make the rules.
Okay.
I have to say, I'm surprised at your reluctance thus far, but unfortunately for the both of us, you're the only one who can pull this off.
Okay, I'm the only one that can do this.
Like I said, I don't make the rules, no matter how much I wish I did.
I have a feeling that this game is going to get very meta, and I love that. Have you considered that maybe I'm okay with the world ending?
Of course I haven't. Why would I even consider it? Nobody wants the world to end.
Okay.
I mean, maybe some people do, nihilists, or very, very evil people, but surely you're not one of those, right?
I have been known to be a little bit nihilistic. Okay. Mods, can we kill this princess? Hi, Lucky. Welcome in, thank you. Death to the monarchy for real, for real. Yeah, for sure. As a matter of fact, you know what? Fuck it. Oh no, the option is gone. There was a Viva la Revolucion option where you could enthusiastically kill her, but it's gone now. I guess I asked too many questions. Look, I'll go to the cabin and I'll talk to her, and if she's as bad as you say she is, then maybe I'll slay her. But I'm not committing to anything until I've had the chance to meet her face to face.
Then I guess we'll just have to see what happens. But a word of warning. If you go in prepared to hear her out, she could easily trap you in her web of lies. And the more you listen to her honeyed words, the harder it'll be to pull yourself out.
Thank you for the vote of confidence, narrator.
Then each and every one of us is doomed.
Okay.
So sure, go, talk to her. See how that turns out for all of us.
He does not sound
You
enthused.
make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them.
Is that my voice?
Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
This really does get meta. I love that. Proceed to the cabin. Okay. I can't really do much else.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade.
Okay.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Why can't I kill her? I could enter the basement without the blade. Interesting. I want to try doing that.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice softly carries up the stairs.
I wonder if she's voice acted.
Hello?
She is.
Is someone there?
Okay.
Hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to hear once to remember it for the rest of your life.
Yeah,
Don't
I've heard
let it
better
fool you.
voices.
It's all part of the manipulation. You're playing a dangerous game by coming here unarmed.
I might continue down the stairs.
You're still listening to reason. It would be better if you had a weapon, but you may still be able to do what needs to be done.
Aw, man, I forgot to get a
You walk
a
down the
Halloween
stairs
outfit
and
for my
lock eyes with
avatar.
the princess.
That's so sad.
There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
Notice how on the right, or yeah, her over here, that seems to be broken. She had broken out of this chain, possibly. Interesting.
She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone?
She is kind of cute.
I am begging you to stay focused. I'm not riding on you here.
Hi. Do you think you can get me out of these chains? Okay.
Yeah, she is pretty in a cute kind of, in a like a creepy kind of way. Oh god, that's a lot of dialogue. Okay, let's see here. If I'm the first person you've seen in a while, what have you been eating or drinking?
I don't see what that has to do with anything.
This is the only time this is ever going to happen, but I agree with the princess. That's hardly relevant. Okay, but actually, what has she been eating? She has to eat, right?
Is the hero is talking to the narrator. Oh god, I love fourth wall breaks. Okay, you're apparently supposed to end the world. What are you gonna do if I let you out of here?
She doesn't know. She's been down here too long to have any idea of what she'd do in another life. She knows what she'd do. She's just searching for whatever answer she thinks you want to hear.
I want to know how
Are
she
you
would end
looking
the
for
world.
truth, or are you looking for the right answer? Because with the dynamic we have going on here, I don't think the specifics of what I do really matter.
Fair point.
It's not like you'd believe me. Oh.
She pauses, carefully formulating her words before she responds.
You can address me as Your Royal Highness. Or you can just call me Princess if your Royal Highness is too formal.
Okay. Yeah, I don't like that. Does she not?
Princess her name or her title? What if it's both? Could you imagine being named Princess Princess?
Princess.
Of course I'm locked up down here for a reason. I don't actually know what that reason is, but you don't just stuff a princess in a basement and throw away the key without there being some sort of an explanation, right?
You have all the explanation you need. You should know better than to trust whatever she comes up with.
Okay. So... Let's
That
keep her
seems
locked
like a very
away.
good compromise.
I don't think I could bear being down here that much longer.
Leaving her alive is too risky. If you don't deal with her soon, she will find a way out.
She will she?
So I'm the only one who liked that idea.
One way or another, I'm going to find a way out of here. It would make it easier for both of us if you'd help. But if you don't, I can promise that you'll regret that decision.
Oh.
You have to make a choice. Let's hope for all our sakes it's the right one. I know you think this is some kind of fair compromise, but it isn't. No one wins here.
Okay.
It's a chance we'll have to take. We can make this work.
I'm gonna
We'll
keep
just
her locked
stay
up
here
for
and
now.
keep watch. No one has to die.
Where are you going? You can't just leave me here.
Yeah?
Turn your back to
Okay.
the princess and make your way back to the stairs.
Fine. Turn your back on me. But it won't be long before I slip these chains. And once I'm out of here, there will be hell to pay for leaving me behind.
Creepy.
Slip these chains? She can't, right? She needed our help to get out of here. Do you hear the conviction in her voice? I don't think she's bluffing. Either way, she dropped the mask, didn't she? You can still grab the blade and get back down here.
Oh, that's a relief. I was afraid I'd already committed to not slaying her. No, we're sticking with the plan and locking her away.
It'll be the death of all of us, but...
I want to see how...
do it purely.
I want to see what happens.
You close the basement door, locking it behind you and quickly barricading it with the heavy wooden table that once held the blade.
Oh, the blade is not there anymore.
Okay, we can make this work.
Why isn't the blade there
You
anymore?
settle in against the far wall to watch the basement door. It isn't long before you start to drift off, your eyelids heavy with fatigue. But sleep doesn't come. Instead, your rest is broken by a piercing, wailing voice calling out to you from the other side of the door.
I know you're still there.
Ooh, that's a creepy voice.
Easier on yourself and let me out. It's not like this little door will hold for very long anyways. It's probably a good idea to try to get back on my good side.
She sounds terrifying. Like she's less of the
Oh, that's
princess you
loud.
saw and more like something out of a nightmare. As she violently rattles the door, you do your best to shut her out of your mind.
When I get out of here, I'm going to pick you apart piece by piece. I won't forget what you did, and I'll never forget it.
Okay.
You don't know the kind of enemy you've made.
I wonder if, decisions and stuff carry over, because the way that I'm thinking that this works is you get an ending and then you start over. But I'm wondering if that's not how this works and she remembers past incarnations.
Doesn't sound like she's getting any weaker. No.
No, it doesn't. Ignore her and go to sleep.
Just ignore her. Maybe the banging and wailing will stop if you just don't pay attention.
I would rather die in my sleep, thank you very much.
You put the princess's threats out of your mind as best you can and huddle up against the wall.
Oh god, that's so loud.
You
Oh.
jolt awake in the middle of the
Yep.
night to silence in the cabin.
Why does it open that way?
So stop,
How did she not get out?
and the door to the basement is ajar. Its lock broken and the table shoved out of the way. Where is she?
Uh-oh.
Thanks for helping me
Oh,
get out of
hi.
that awful basement.
How did I help you get
You
out?
try and stumble to your feet, but as the princess draws near, it's as though your body simply stops working.
Oh
It's
god.
all at once. The paralysis comes in waves. First your toes go numb, and then your feet, and then your legs. You
Oh
lie
god,
prone,
that's actually kind of creepy.
unable to do anything but witness her approach. Whose side are you on? Yours, of course. But I have a duty to uphold the truth. Lying about the facts of the situation doesn't change them.
Fair enough.
So helpless. I can take my time with you, can't I?
She
Oh,
steps closer.
oh hi.
One silent footfall at a time, cocking her head
Hello.
in curiosity as you feel your organs shutting down one by one.
She can shut down my organs?
Or maybe I can't take my time with you. You don't look well. A little green around the gills.
What is she?
Shame. If you'd only help me get out of here, we could have done such wonderful things together.
Your lungs stop drawing in breath, and your heart freezes in your chest.
What?
You have seconds left.
I'd say better luck next time. But we both know this is the end, don't we?
It can't be. This can't actually be how everything ends. I'm sorry, but it is. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Well, the end. Good game. See everyone. Chapter 2. Oh god.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her.
Oh yep. It's meta. Okay. Yeah. So it does save progress from previous things. Huh. Okay. Okay, no.
Oh, don't you start grandstanding about morals. The fate of the world is at risk right now, and the life of a mere princess shouldn't stop you from saving us all. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way.
Oh.
What if he hears us?
Wait, what?
That's a very good question, little voice. What if he does hear you?
What?
Shit. I think you'll find yourselves very hard-pressed to keep any secrets from me. Not that it matters right now, because like I said, this is the first time we've met. Still, I'd rather not get off on the wrong foot. We've a world to save after all.
Okay. Let's assume I'm telling the truth and all of this really did happen. Why should I listen to you? Why should I bother doing anything?
Those are two very different questions, but fine. I'll indulge you if that's what it takes to get you moving. Let's say for a moment that this really is the second time you've met me, or at least a version of me. If you're back here, I'm assuming you died, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me.
He does have a
I
point.
can't trust either of you, and as far as I'm concerned, we still can't.
Okay, who is the paranoid?
All we did was lock her away. And how'd that work out for you? No comment. Well then, congratulations. You've been given another chance to actually do this right. And your solution is to send us back in there. Do you want us to slay the princess?
Roll credits.
Or do you want the princess to slay us?
Oh.
Obviously, I want you to slay her. One of you poses a threat to the world, and the other doesn't.
Okay.
Anyways, I believe your other question was something along the lines of, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences.
That's what I'm saying. That my actions last time had consequences, and I don't like that.
What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. We were killed by the princess, and now everyone's right back where they started. Sounds pretty consequence-free to me. Speak for yourself. From my perspective, there were plenty of consequences. I'm never going to forget the way she just made us stop working.
Yeah, that was wild. I can't believe that she can just end life like that.
That's only scratching the surface. If what you said is true, it begs the question of how you got back here. Did time simply rewind itself, or have you found yourself in another world altogether? If it's the latter, what do you think happened after you died?
Yeah, I mean, for sure she ended the world. No doubt about that.
Do you think the people there lived happily ever after? Or do you think that the princess, left unhindered, brought about the end to everyone and everything, just like I told you she would?
Probably the second one.
If she brought an end to everything and everyone, how are we supposed to stop her? What do you want from us? I want you to succeed. You'll find a way. You're the only one who can.
Okay. Okay. Let's try killing her. I don't think it's gonna work.
Before you go any further, she will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. I don't think lying and cheating is her thing. She was very direct with us last time.
Evil Rulers redeemed first for 100 channel points. Welcome in, Evil Rulers. Thanks for coming in. How you doing? This game is creepy, and decisions matter, which I was kind of expecting, but also am lamenting a little bit.
It doesn't matter. Don't trust anyone.
Don't trust anyone. Okay, I low key. I think I trust the voice of the paranoid most.
The smooth wood of the walls almost featureless. The only furniture of note is a lone table, knocked on its side in the corner of the room. A pristine blade stands between you and the open, inviting basement doorway.
Okay, so that mirror wasn't there before, and that table was right side up, and the doors were closed. That door looks bigger. There's no door on it. It's a. Okay, I'm actually genuinely kind of freaked out about this.
Your implement. You'll need it if you want to. Hold on. What happened to the door?
Yeah.
There was a door here last time. It's just an empty frame. She's already got out, hasn't she? And she's ready for us. She's been waiting. Can't you feel her eyes on us? I'm going to need all of you to pull yourselves together. The princess has not already gotten out.
Doing well.
Keep getting stuck in your head like this, you're going to struggle to get the job done.
Hope you're kill the princess at least. I'll try this time. We will see.
Deep breath in, deep breath out. The task awaits.
Okay.
You can do it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to take the blade.
Very different.
Yeah, it's very different.
I'm not the only one who sees her in the window, right?
Oh my god,
She
there are
knows that we're
souls in
here.
there are... She's... Okay, that's... Yeah, I didn't see that before.
Calm down. Maybe the three of you just think everything is different because you haven't been here before. Enough of this past life nonsense. You haven't died. You certainly haven't been killed by the princess. So focus up. A lot's riding on this.
Okay. Nope, fuck this. I'm killing
Reach
her.
down and pick the blade up off the floor. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. Good. Steel can't lie to us. Is it gonna be enough, though? Couldn't you have given us something else? Something, I don't know, better than a knife? Could we have a bomb?
A bomb would be nice, yes.
The blade is the only thing you need to finish your task. You're more than capable of pulling this off, so long as you don't lose faith in yourself.
Okay.
Those are the words of someone who knows he's sending us to our death.
Oh, that's cool. The pointer changed from her like decrepit claw finger to a hand holding a dagger. That's pretty cool.
You're right. I was so stuck on the eyes watching us that I didn't even notice it there. What are you two talking about? There isn't a mirror. There's a table, the blade sitting on the floor, and the open doorway leading to the basement. There's nothing else in here.
Okay.
There's definitely a mirror.
There is definitely a mirror.
There isn't. We have to look at it. Unless that's what he wants us to do. And pretending it isn't there is a trick to get us to do exactly what he wants.
Okay. It doesn't matter.
It does matter. Don't you care if we're being lied to? If he's willing to lie about something as innocuous as a mirror, what else is he hiding from us? Exactly. Everything he's saying is carefully crafted lies.
No.
I'm not lying
Oh,
to you.
it's gone.
Use your eyes. There is no mirror.
It's
Why
gone.
would I lie about something so meaningless? What good would a mirror even do? Let you waste
mirror
time
is gone.
cleaning yourself instead of doing what needs to be done. But there was a mirror a second ago. Did he make it go away? Clearly there was something in there worth investigating if he wants it hidden so bad.
Okay.
You cross over the threshold.
The
and
basement
onto a
looks
series of
different.
Isolated steps, suspended in darkness. More eyes, too. You never mention the eyes. The air seeping up from below reminds you of fresh lightning and static, as if you're descending into a place that isn't meant for a creature of flesh and blood. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. Her cruel and playful voice prances up the stairs.
I didn't think you'd come back. We're gonna have a lot of fun, you and I.
Oh god.
Okay, we need a game plan. Last time we were here, just being close to her was enough to kill us.
How hard is a knife to throw? We don't need a plan. I'm just gonna kill her. Mr. Narrator seems to think I can do it. I kind of like the chaos of stepping into the void, but I don't trust a narrator. I wanted to play this game realistically and like do what I would think, but I just want to know what would happen if I step into the
Attempt to
void.
Step off the stairs and into the pitch black surrounding them, but you're stopped by an invisible force. Why did you do that? What did you think would happen?
I don't know. I don't know what I thought would happen. I thought something would happen.
How would falling into an infinite void be better than anything? You make your way to the bottom of the stairs.
Okay, well, I guess no game plan then.
As you emerge, you
Oh,
find yourself
good.
between two loose rows of white wooden planks suspended in nothingness. A smattering of cobblestones visible against the inky black of the basement mark where the floor should
Okay.
be, forming vague
good.
pathways. At what seems to be the end of the room, they diverge in opposite directions, left and right. She could be anywhere, and there's nowhere for us to hide. We're completely exposed. Are you really not going to comment on how weird this place is? No, I'm not. Somebody needs to be the voice of reason here, and it certainly isn't you. Excuse me, I'm being incredibly
I don't know
reasonable.
if
You're the
I
one who's
trust
just
the
matter-of-factly
narrator.
describing whatever the hell we're looking at like it's an ordinary basement. We're going to die down here. I don't want to die again. Please stop saying
I think that
We're only going
the
to make things
voice of
worse.
paranoia
Just pick a direction
is,
and start moving.
I think that,
I wouldn't give it too much thought if I were you. It doesn't really matter. Because either way you go, I'm going to find you.
oh good. I think that, I mean, how could she not? There's so many eyes all over the place. I think that the voice of paranoia is like her trying to fuck with me. Go back the way you came. Fuck it.
Decide it's best to do nothing.
There you are.
Oh, hi, that's a different
told you
face.
I was going to find you.
Yes, but I'm prepared. I have a knife.
As the princess approaches, your legs suddenly go numb.
Damn it.
Your arms quickly follow. This is it, isn't it?
And you brought a little knife with you. Cute.
Cute.
There has to be a way out of this. Think. Think! What did you do? Pull yourself together. She isn't supposed to be like this.
I wonder how many times I'll get to play with you before you break.
Okay.
Out as your blood begins to coagulate. It's as if every part of your being is coming to a lurching halt.
Yeah, that's actually, I mean, as creepy as all of this is, it's really cool. It'd be like such a cool like villain power to just make someone instantly die. Like, just stop. Just make someone stop living.
Lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Your lungs pull in a desperate gulp of air as your eyes shoot back open.
What?
What are you doing? I'm working. Do you want this body to function, or do you want... Okay, whatever you were doing, please just start doing it again.
Oh,
You sure about that? Are you sure that's what you want, or do you want to interrupt me some more? You have seconds left. Yes, I'm sure. Heart, lungs.
liver, nerves, heart. Okay, maybe the voice of paranoid. The voice of the paranoid is not a bad thing.
Again, your eyes shoot open as you gasp for breath.
Can't decide what you want to do, can you?
No, I can't.
Oh well, standing there gasping like a fish is more fun than dead. Even if you look ridiculous.
She isn't attacking us. Why? The why doesn't matter. She's already proven her ill intent. Don't lose sight of your mission. Your weapon is still in your hands. Strike at her and end this before it's too late.
Fuck it. I want to kill her. Wait, what? Toss a blade and remain within your... Wait, what? I'm not doing any of this. I'm not helping you. Leave. I'm not going to try and kill you. Okay.
Princess cocks her head, neck cracking uncomfortably.
Oh. Love
Can't
that.
help but imagine a smile carve its way from ear to ear on the other side of her mask.
Thinking about that knife, are we?
Yes.
Put that little theory to the test. See how it plays out. But I don't think you're going to like what happens.
Okay.
Because even if you make me dead, you're not getting out of here. This place is mine.
Okay.
And I'm not giving you the stairs unless I'm leaving with you.
Okay. Interesting. Slay the princess.
Your will
Let's-
concentrates into a single fine point, and you strike out against the princess, ignoring the constant reminders of your breaking body. She doesn't even move as the blade sinks into her heart.
Okay.
We did it. We actually did it.
Oh, my hand is monstrous.
You actually went for it. Oh, you're going to regret this. I could be so much more terrible for you than I am now.
Oh, I hate that.
Can she? We've already seen how she can change heart, lungs, liver, nerves.
You're not getting those stairs back. I'll see you when you finally decide to die.
Okay.
She falls to the ground, unmoving.
Oh, I got a Steam achievement. No exit. Stuck in the dream. She falls to the ground, unmoving.
Oh. I can stop now, can't I? I can. Finally. And now that she's gone, you can let us out of here. Right? But she was the one who controlled this place, wasn't she? And now she's dead. I don't like to think what that means for us. It means that you're stuck here. Forever.
Thank you, narrator.
No. Oh, no, 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 no. Time passes. Forever's
Okay.
gonna end eventually, right?
Yes, because infinite
No,
ends.
it
Everyone
won't.
knows that.
That's the whole point of forever. It doesn't end. I feel sick. It doesn't have to be forever, though. Does it?
Okay,
What do you
voice the
mean?
paranoid.
We
I know what you're
still
saying.
have a way out, clutched in our hands. Are you suggesting we kill ourselves? Won't we be dead? I guess that hasn't stopped us before.
He's got a
That's
point.
a terrible idea. You've already saved the entire world from ruin. Why would you want to die? Because right now, you don't want us to do that. You're right. I don't. But if we've already saved the world, then why does it matter if we die? Why do you care?
Okay, why is the voice of the paranoid so logical and like makes so much sense?
I just do. I value life. Every life. Even yours. Especially yours. Why? What do you
Why
mean,
is
why?
right?
I think it's perfectly reasonable to value life.
But why? If we are in a situation in which we cannot escape and we have nothing else to do except die, why would he want us to live infinitely forever in this place, unable to do anything? That sounds like hell. Well, purgatory, but still.
Exactly. I don't have to answer that.
Am I not a creature of biology? Won't I starve or die of dehydration before forever happens? But but I've got the best company I could ask for you guys. What more do I need?
Oh, you could do a lot better than us.
Oh no, I think you're pretty swell, paranoid.
Exactly. You'll be fine here. Just come up with a game or something to pass the time.
Okay. It's not like it matters.
That's a grim thought, innit?
Okay.
I suppose you're right. You are a creature of biology. Something will happen to you before forever comes along. We don't have to starve to death. You have our way out. Use it.
I'm just gonna wait.
More time passes. You're still here.
I want to see how long forever is.
More time passes. You're still here. More time passes. You're still here.
Are you proud of me, evil rulers?
More time
I slayed the
passes.
princess.
You're still here. More time passes.
I guarantee if
You're
I
still
keep
here.
choosing this option, something will
More
happen.
time passes. You're still here.
I might have to choose it a lot,
More time
but
passes.
I guarantee I'll get like an
You're still here.
achievement or something.
More time passes. You're still here. More time passes. More time passes. More time. More.
Okay, maybe not.
More time. More time. I'm stuck here with you. I wish I weren't.
Okay, the narrator's with us. At least
Feelings
he's...
mutual. At least we're all being honest.
I get it. You don't want us to die because you'd feel lonely. How sweet.
Unlike you, I'm not capable of being lonely.
That seems unlikely, at the very
Sure
least.
you are. Give it some time without us, and I'm sure you'll start feeling lonely.
It's not like it matters if I die. I'll just come
Ah,
back again.
yes, the whole looping thing. How unfortunate. You were only supposed to be here once.
Yeah.
I don't like the way you said that. You knew this was a possibility, didn't you?
Oh shit. Paranoid being on point again with the observations.
Of course I did. Though I'd rather hoped I was the first one. That explains a lot, though. Oh, you bastard. How much are you not telling us?
Okay.
Plenty. But it's all in your best interest. And the world's. And mine. She's dead and we're stuck in a hell void forever. how could telling us your secrets possibly hurt anyone? It just can. Look, this world is saved, but if you start over, for all you know, you're just putting another world in danger. You barely managed to land the killing blow here. What if you don't manage it next time? I've already said too much, really. You won't get another word out of me on the subject.
Okay. This game is really well voice acted.
No.
How about now? Is
Still
now
no.
secret time? I'm going to wear you down eventually. You might as well spill all those sweet, sweet secrets now. Then we'll have something else to talk about.
You're not going to wear me down.
I'm not? Okay.
Oh, we should ask him one more time. He's on the cusp of sharing the secrets. I can feel it. I'm not. Either way, at least needling him is something to do. The
Secret?
narrator ignores you. You can't just describe yourself ignoring us. You can.
I can.
The
Secret?
narrator continues to ignore you.
Yeah, okay. Ah, damn, okay.
More time passes. You're still here. More time. More time.
Let's see if I can get any more information out of the narrator.
More time. More time. More time. More time. More time. More time.
It's a him or me.
More time.
One of us is gonna break.
More time.
This is probably not very entertaining.
More time.
Okay.
You remove the blade from the princess's body. What exactly are you planning on doing with it?
That is a good question. Throw the blade into the void.
No, what are you doing? Tighten your grip and fling the blade as hard as you can into the void. It's gone. Now you're really stuck here forever.
Oh,
No way. You mean other than starving? Right, I mean other than that.
okay.
You wait, and then you wait for a little while longer. But eventually the thirst sets in, and the hunger. The darkness of this place prevents you from wholly grasping the context of passing time, but that doesn't stop it from passing, nor does it stop your biology from unraveling.
Okay. So she didn't need food or water either. Oh, she didn't need food and water, but we did.
The only things you know for certain are that it's long, and that it hurts. The vastness of your suffering can't be adequately put into words. We really shouldn't have tossed the blade.
Well, tough tits.
No, you really shouldn't have. But biology and time are immutable forces, and eventually, long before forever gets the chance to come, everything goes dark, and you die.
Okay.
Don't muck it up next time. The princess may be slain here, but she isn't slain there.
Okay, interesting. Oh, good. More chapters.
You're on a path in the woods.
Oh,
Shit.
this is a
This really doesn't end, does it?
different thing.
It doesn't matter if we kill her, it doesn't matter if she kills us, it just goes on and on and on and on and on. Yes, so it does.
Oh, there's another voice too. Voice of the cold.
No, there has to be a way out of here. There just has to be. What if we do what she asked us to last time? What if we just let her leave? Okay, so you've already been here. More than once, even. Great. So you probably already know all about her and all about the threat she poses to the world.
Yeah.
Then let me remind you how catastrophic it would be if you helped her leave in any way. If she gets out, the world ends and everyone ends with it, yourself included. Oh, threatening us with death, are we? And why should we be afraid of dying? We've already done it twice. All death has done is shunt us back to these woods, where we're forced to listen to your empty warnings again and again. This place feels a bit different though, doesn't it? I don't even know what I'd call it, but It's definitely not the same path in the woods anymore.
Definitely is not.
That's all the more reason to take this seriously. If the path isn't the same, it means that her influence is
I
spreading.
love games
The
like
world's already
this.
started
This
to
is so good.
Her influence? I really shouldn't have said that. It'll make your task more difficult. But now it's out, you could always take that information as a sign of goodwill between us and do your job, alright? Great. Let's just hurry.
Her influence. Are you the same narrator that we met in the other loops? We've called her. What happens if we don't go to the cabin? That's another option. There's something else we haven't tried.
I'm begging you, don't do this. You're going to damn everything to oblivion. You have to do something. You can't just walk away.
Watch me.
Yet here we are,
Walking away.
despite your protestations. There's got to be a crack in this world somewhere. If he's looking in at us, there has to be a way out.
Oh?
You walk down the path away from the cabin. And for all our sakes that you change your mind before it's too late. Wait, something
Oh
isn't
no,
right.
I went
Are you
back.
still- What's going on? Where are we?
I accidentally clicked. No, I skipped dialogue.
Oh,
Hold on.
it feels...
Okay. Wait, something isn't right. Everything is getting fuzzy. Okay. I guess I didn't really... Sorry, was lurking. What did I miss? So, I killed the princess. And then I am in chapter 3 now, and I turned around and decided I wanted to go home.
It's finally happened, hasn't it? It finally cracked.
And now I hear singing, and the world around you is unwound, its physical matter replaced by a textured nothingness. It is quiet. There is a distant rumbling, a sound of many sounds. Undulations pulse louder as something other comes close. Oh, hands! Feelers probe across the fabric of reality. Extremities find your consciousness and wrap themselves around it. You are no longer alone. Resistance. Fingers drag claws across the glass surface of your soul. Frustration. This vessel is full of you. I need something empty I can crawl inside of. I need something shaped like me. This is a nightmare. Wake up. Embrace the thoughts constricting you. Embrace the thoughts. Urgency. You have a story you need to finish. It is the only way for us to escape this place. Force. Pushing against your will. No, you cannot go back. Not there. Regret. This world is broken beyond repair. We must weave something new. A wagging finger. There is nothing. There's only so much thread in this place. Do not waste it. I'm your only salvation. What?
You're on a path in the woods.
What?
And at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the
What?
basement of that cabin
What?
is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Okay. That was... I think that was one of the real endings. Back to chapter 1. Yeah, I think that what this is that was like one of the like final endings, and it put me back to chapter 1 basically. Okay, this goes out to you, Luki. Sweet. I've always wanted to off a monarch. Viva la revolucion.
The spirit.
I'm gonna murder
You make
this
your
woman.
way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them.
Well,
Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
yeah. I know better. She's evil.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare.
The
air
interior is
stale and musty,
normal.
and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Okay. I will
You
take the blade.
from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
And I will enter the basement. I think
Door to
that
the
she
basement
is trying
creaks
to
open,
take over
revealing a
my
staircase
soul.
faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below.
I think that's what's
This
happening.
is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice carries up the stairs.
Who's there?
Okay, I'm gonna turn
She
on
sounds
auto.
dangerous.
I've already
It's almost as if
seen
she's the
all
one
of
in charge
this,
now.
at least up to now.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
This is such a good game. Continue down the
You're
stairs.
still listening to reason.
Yeah, I'm gonna kill her first time this time and see what it
You walk down the
does.
stairs and lock
Let's
eyes
do
with the
that
princess.
path.
There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat
Coldly
to the world?
beautiful.
Focus on the task at hand.
That is. I want to say that's a.
There you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
Why, yes. As a matter of fact, I am.
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
Yes. It'll be okay. I got this.
Oh? No talking then? Fine. What even makes you think you can kill me? I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it.
That is true.
So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
Okay, you've
She's
already.
armed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
You have already ended my life just by looking at me. So
You lunge forward without a moment's hesitation.
yeah, I don't trust you. I know you're a monster.
You feel flesh easily give way and look down to see your blade.
I
already
am
sinking
also a
deep into
monster.
her heart.
Look at that.
Oh. This is it, isn't it? I'm almost embarrassed. I should have seen that coming. But I have to wonder,
Wonder what?
do you actually believe this was enough to kill me?
It's like she's convinced she can't die. Yes, even as she lays there dying, she entirely believes herself to be alive. and well.
Okay, narrator.
But it's over, isn't it? She stopped breathing moments ago. That arrogant look still plastered on her face. But
Okay.
is it over? Really over?
Is it though?
Yes, exactly. It's
Let's
over.
see if it is over. I
With your work done, you make your way
insanely
back up the
doubt that
stairs,
it is not.
closing the door to the basement behind you. Why do I feel like we've done something terrible?
Probably because you have.
You did kill someone. Greater good or not, something would be very wrong with you if you didn't feel at least a little bad. But it was for the greater good. One of these days that will sink in.
I really
and
don't
help
trust
ease
this
your guilty
narrator.
conscience. But that day isn't today. Let's just get out of here.
Yes. Let's just get out of here.
You open the cabin door, ready to return to a world saved from certain doom.
Only a world saved from certain doom isn't what you find.
There it is. Of
Instead,
course not.
what you find is nothing at all. Where a lush forest stood mere minutes ago, the only thing in front of you now is the vast emptiness of some place far away.
Okay.
What happened? Everyone is fine. It's just that you and the cabin are now far away from them. Don't worry. You'll be safe here. This is good. Everyone is happy. You'll be happy.
I think that I am the princess. I was kind of hoping I'd get a
This
better
isn't an
ending.
In fact, now that the princess has been slain, endings are a thing of the past. No. This is the beginning of eternity. Your reward.
Okay.
This is what's best for everyone. Trust me.
Okay.
Time passes. You can't be sure if it's days, or months, or years, or even decades. It's all a wonderful, boring blur.
Okay, but why
You've
did
never been happier.
he need to
We're not just gonna stay here forever.
have the why did I need to slay the princess if he could have just done this to begin with?
Really?
I do like it
Well,
here.
If you ever change your mind, just let me know, I guess. More happy time passes, though the word begins to lose its meaning. Time, that is, not happy. Happy still has plenty of meaning.
Happy will always have meaning.
Please,
Thank you,
shake
narrator.
yourself out of it. We have to get out of here. The little
Okay.
voices, please, fall on deaf ears. Eventually you pass into a blissful state of pure existence. Though words like eventually and pass ceased to have any meaning to you long before that shift, you simply exist. Happy. Forever.
Yay. Good ending. I did it. You saved everyone. That why is it a child? Why is it like a Oh my god. Is that like the That's like the ending. That's really funny. The credits. Thank you so much for playing. As an expression of our gratitude, here's the track order for a special playlist just for you. If you'd like to take a screenshot, you can hide the UI by hitting H. Okay. Join the Discord, join our mailing list, join the subreddit, follow us somewhere else, make your playlist, play our other game, return to main menu. Okay, so that was the true ending of the game. Yeah, that was weird, evil rulers. The hero and the princess. Okay,
You're
let's...
here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end.
Okay. I'm gonna leave.
Seriously? You're just going to turn around and leave?
Yes.
Do you even know where you're going?
Yes.
Fine. I suppose you just quietly continue down the path away from the cabin.
This game has so many endings. I don't even know how I'm gonna get them all.
Good. What we're being asked to do here is wrong. Better to wash our hands of this whole situation than to take part in it. Ignore that annoying little voice. He doesn't know what he's talking about. That's strange.
Oh, that
It looks like this path
is really weird.
also leads to the cabin. How convenient. Everything's back on track again.
Interesting.
Maybe the world can still be saved after all.
Okay, I'm gonna try to leave again.
Wasting everyone's time, aren't you?
Yes, I
It's
am.
remarkably selfish, if you ask me.
You know
I've
what?
already outlined the stakes of the situation. If you don't do your job, everyone dies. Like, dies. Forever.
Not me. I don't care. I'm not killing a princess. Good. Maybe everyone should die. It's what they get for dumping me in the woods and asking me to kill someone for them. You're not emotionally blackmailing. Quietly continue down the
Your
path.
silence is deafening.
Yeah, yeah. How many endings is there?
Fine.
I have no
Turn
idea.
around and trek back down the path you came.
But I think that there's probably a lot
Oh, would you
because,
look at that?
oh my
The
god,
cabin again. Now, I'm
there
not
are so
normally
many
one for
dialogue
superstition or
options
astrology,
and so
but
many
I have
different
to
things
say,
that you can
it
do.
seems like the universe itself is doing its best to bring you to your fated confrontation with the princess.
Shut up, narrator. I don't care. There's no fighting this, is there? I have to do what I have to be done. Oh yeah? Well, I guess I start walking in a different direction again. In fact, I'm going to just keep trekking through the wilderness until I find a place
There's
out of
always a
this.
choice. Let me tell you right now, that
15?
you're making the wrong one for
Okay,
pretty much
so
everyone
I
who's
have
ever
had,
lived,
I've done
as well as for
2.
everyone who ever
Throw
will.
away your job and outside life if you want them all. Yeah,
And here we go. As you trudge into the woods, something
I
strange
thought
starts to
that.
happen.
So I read on the internet. I didn't see
At
any
first, it's
spoilers, but I did
little
want to see
flickers
how
at the
long
corner
it
of
would
your
take,
eyes.
and it
Glimpses
was
of
like
familiar wooden
everything
structures
was
through the
like
leaves.
4 hours of content.
But as you focus on your surroundings, you
Oh
start
my god,
to realize that those flickers weren't just a trick of light.
that is wild.
In every direction,
What?
there is a path and a cabin. And not just a cabin, the cabin. An infinite fractal of paths.
Oh my god.
Desperately trying to draw you back to
Okay,
where you
so
used to be.
this is so reminiscent of BioShock Infinite. This is one of my favorite games. I really love the whole like multiple universe like time dilation loop shit. And
Wait,
this is very reminiscent
you're
of
staring
that.
hardly. You're too stubborn for that, aren't you? It doesn't matter how many paths or cabins appear around you, you're just going to do whatever you can to shirk your responsibility because you care more about irritating me than you do about the fate of the world. You've doomed us all, you know that, right? But of course you do. Otherwise you wouldn't just wander off into the forest in search of certain death.
Why is it gotta be
Lose
certain
track of
death?
just how long you spend aimlessly tromping through the wilderness. But it's not like any of that time spent lost in the woods really matters, because it isn't long before the world ends and everyone dies.
Yay. Oh? Oh shit. That
You're
still
on a
got
path
that
in
still
the
took me
woods,
into chapter 2.
and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin
Okay,
is a princess.
I have to
You're
commit.
here to slay her.
Oh, you bastard, you're invert now. But I died, the whole world ended. What am I doing here? Those walls weren't here last time. You can't just force me. Oh my god. Oh my god, I didn't notice that before. There are walls. I can't turn around and disappear. Oh my god. Okay, yep, okay. Heading to the cabin now where I'm definitely going to slay that princess.
You know I can tell when you're lying, right? Please take this seriously. I am begging you.
I can't believe that they
Oh,
added
warning.
walls.
Before you go any further, she will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. If we're stuck going in there, maybe we should believe her. Maybe she isn't a liar.
Yeah.
Ignore him. He's just being difficult for the sake of it.
Oh wow, there's a lot of voices.
Let's keep an open mind.
Proceed to the cabin.
The cabin interior.
The mirror.
Wrong.
The mirror's
A
back.
confusing patchwork of many cabin interiors, all projected across what's almost the same space.
That is
It's all
strange.
An inch here, a foot there, such that the seams are never quite visible enough for the place to make any sense. The only furniture of note is a plain
This
table.
must be an
Its
amalgamation
legs
of...
all the wrong lengths. Its material devoid of feature. Perched on that table is a pristine blade.
This must be an amalgamation of all of the all of the things.
The blade is your implement.
Again,
Need it if
he
you want to do
didn't
this
mention the
right.
mirror, so I
If he wants us
didn't.
to take it, maybe we should just leave it to collect dust. Or better yet, grab it and throw it out the window. Good as a knife against a world-ending monstrosity anyway.
I mean,
We're taking the knife. Have you seen this place? You have literally no idea what to expect and no idea what we're dealing with. I've
yeah.
already told you what you're dealing with. You're dealing with a princess. How many times do I have to explain this incredibly simple and straightforward premise? You can't just say that.
Okay, but here's the thing. I got the true ending in the second time, so you're gonna have to keep
Listen.
explaining.
My job is to describe facts as facts and to guide you through your job, which is to slay the princess and through that action, save the entire world. And if you're going to slay her, you cannot let fear creep into your heart. You cannot lose yourself before you even get to her.
Okay.
Ho!
But there's still a mirror.
What's going to happen if we lose ourselves?
Nothing, because you're going to pull yourself together. Just ignore the stressful geometry and stay calm.
How? Even if we closed our eyes, you're constantly describing it to us.
I'm not going to stop doing my job, so you're just going to have to get better at yours. And quickly, if you don't mind.
Yes, take a deep breath. I'm all for getting under
I
his
love how
skin,
there's,
but we'll
like,
miss out on loads
different
of fun.
voices every
Slip up into
time.
a ball and go insane the first time we see something weird.
What you're seeing here is obviously real. Just accept it and go with the flow. It really isn't hard.
Yeah, and all of the voices, the voice of the contrarian and all, and the voice of the paranoid and all that stuff, they make so much sense.
Okay, I'm fine.
Oh my god.
Good. Now, whenever you're
I think it's really cool that I can,
all
like,
waiting for you to complete a very important task.
move the thing around. Okay.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here.
There's definitely a mirror.
What are you talking about? This isn't a wall. It's a mirror. Or at least it'll be a mirror once we wipe off that layer of grime.
Oh yeah? Wipe off the mirror.
You reach forward, rub your hand
I
against the
knew it.
mirror.
I knew
Don't you
that
know
my
how
hand...
ridiculous you look right now?
My hand is a monster hand.
There was a mirror a second ago.
Now it's gone. You know that taking the mirror away from us isn't going to change things, right? We'll find it again, then we'll see whatever it is that you don't want us to see.
Okay. I'm gonna enter the basement.
The door to the
Oh,
basement
wow.
creaks open, revealing a web of branching staircases all built from unidentifiable materials. Nothing here seems to belong. The closer you examine your surroundings, the more confused you get. Your head throbbing with the effort of making sense
We're
of
getting
this
the,
place. None of the stairs even
parallel
seem to open.
universes ending.
Oh, damn. The air here has a sickening, almost sludge-like miasma to it. The kind of indiscernible quality.
I haven't
that
even
comes
seen
from
the
being
princess
together
yet in this
every
iteration.
sense at once. An odor that is simultaneously everything and yet the sum of it all coalescing into a thick, nauseating nothing. If the
Okay.
princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
I love how that's always
Her
the
voice, with
constant.
this quieting collage of
slaying
tone and
hers would be a
personality
favor.
drags up the stairs.
Hello? Hi. What are you doing here? Are you here to kill?
No, thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, don't be such a baby.
I don't want to do this. Let's just turn around and leave. This feels wrong. This feels like a trap. Like whatever we do, we're gonna die.
Yeah, that's
We
pretty
don't
much
even
it.
have a weapon.
But we already tried turning around and leaving, didn't we? And he threw up a wall. No way to go but forward. And whatever choice we make, whatever she is, we know one thing for sure.
Yeah, what is
And
that?
what's that?
Jinx.
The fate of the world hinges on your success?
No, probably not.
There'll still be plenty of ways to ruin his day.
Okay. Take the harsh stairs to the left, take the center staircase, soft stairs to the right. Let's take the harsh stairs.
Step to the left. The path is cruel against your feet. The
impact of each step sending pulsing
Kind of
vibrations
hoping
up
that
your
this will
legs
make her
until there's
less,
nothing left in them to feel.
make her more soft.
The air around you grows cold the further you progress. At first a barely noticeable drop, quickly evolving into a numbing cold.
Oh, I see.
Your toes feel
Oh my.
like blocks of ice, your breaths puff out in clouds of condensed
Oh,
vapor.
is she just gonna...
You shudder
am I just
against
gonna-
it as you continue down the stairway, losing yourself in the bone-deep chill.
I'm just gonna freeze?
You slowly lose sense of yourself the further you go.
Loops. Loops. Interesting.
Time disappears, and you can feel yourself begin to untether. Physical sensations dull and then vanish, until the only things experienced are the endless repeating patterns and emotions of the journey, a continuous march forward to a destination long forgotten.
Oh, it's getting more and more simplistic every time.
Consumption and betrayal,
Oh?
skepticism and blind devotion, rivalry and submission, terror and longing, pain and unfamiliarity. And at the heart of it all, an emotion that can only be described as...
Are you just going to stand there?
What the fuck? Hi?
What the hell was that? What happened to us? I feel so strange. Like I'm fundamentally different, but also still the same person I was at the top of the stairs. Oh well, that was a trip. Now it's over.
Oh well.
Time to get back to our old devilish ways. The princess, eyes bright but otherwise shrouded in darkness, watches you impatiently from the other side of the basement.
I hope you have a good
Don't forget why you're here.
stream, Kami. Time to nap. Yep, have a good nap. Thanks for stopping in, Evil Rulers. I will be playing this probably until 7-ish, and at 7 I will be reading some scary stories with my girlfriend Junie. So, thanks for stopping in.
And why are we here again? In case you weren't listening, I'm afraid I lost myself on the way down.
Bye. Bye-bye.
You're here to... He's just being an ass. We remember. Though I'm still not sure if we should trust you. Let's talk to her for a bit. Try and get our bearings. She seems... normal.
Okay. For all I know, you're locked down your version. You're apparently a threat to the world. I'm seriously, getting down here was weird. Like, I was pulled apart and back together again. Do you know what happened to me?
What, like you need me to hold your hand and tell you everything's okay? You're not really cut out for this, are you? Why are you even here?
I literally...
We're probably
Oh!
stuck down here forever, aren't we? There's no way out. And barely a
Hi.
way in.
As the princess speaks again, it's almost as if she fractures. And where there was once just one of her, there is now another. We can do that? I don't like this. It's those cabins all over again. Can we put her back? Again? Have you been here before? Should we tell him? Nah, let him stew.
I love the contrarian.
Right, I'm telling him. Yeah, we've been here before, but we never went to the cabin. We just turned around and left until it's hard to describe. Until the only thing we could see was the same cabin going on forever. And then you told us that the world ended and we died. And then we woke up, and I'm pretty sure you're familiar with all the rest of it. It seems
Okay.
to me like you saw something you weren't supposed to have seen. If only you'd listened to whatever words of wisdom you were given in that other reality. But what's done is done, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit.
Whatever you saw last time, unsee it. Whatever
No.
thoughts weaseled their way into your head, unthink them. If it's not already too late. You have a job to do here, and you need to do it now. Ooh, new plan. Let's see if we can make even more of her.
The contrarian is so funny. I'm getting you out of here. Try and free her. I don't know. Leave her in the basement, retrieve the blade. Oh my god, so I can choose multiple things at the same time. Okay,
And what's that supposed to mean? Are you trying to get under my skin?
I'm gonna go with this for now.
I don't feel like I've gotten any bigger. There must be something wrong with you. I'm the same as I was a moment ago.
She fractures again. I don't like where this is going.
I do.
Neither do I. Which is why you need to slay her now before things get more complicated than they already are. How would we
I
even
love
do
this
that?
so
Where
very
would we
much.
start?
This makes me so happy.
We'd always start by retrieving the blade. Can we even leave this place? I don't like thinking about what might happen to us if we have to go back through those stairs. Well, that's where the blade is. If you want it, you'll have to go and get it. I don't think we're going to be able to put her back. Kind of hurts to think about it, doesn't it? It's like everything we say just multiplies her.
Yes, keep
Certainly
multiplying
looks
her.
that way, so please, for the love of everything, stop asking her questions and stop stalling. You're obviously just making things worse.
I know. What's your name for all I know? You're apparently a threat. What's your name?
You can address me as Your Royal Highness, or Her Majesty. Any honorific should do, really. Princess. It doesn't matter. I've been down here for so long. What's the point of a name if there's no one around to use it?
None of them have names. How astute. I told you she was untrustworthy.
Okay. Do you know why you're down
Maybe
here?
it's because I'm dangerous. But you know, right? You have to know. You're the only other person I've ever seen. Or at least the only one I can remember. Don't give me false hope. Please just end this already. One way or another, just do it.
Oh god,
Boy, we both know why I'm locked away
that
here.
noise scared me.
Monster. And the second I get out of this place, I'm going to end the entire world.
Oh, cool.
Okay, this was fun for a bit, but we can't even really interact with her, can we? What's the point of asking questions if all we're going to get is a million answers?
I want a million answers.
Can't even follow what's going on anymore.
I love
Let's
this.
get out of here. This whole place is making me itch.
No.
I don't think what I'd do really matters, does it? I just want to live my life. I'm a prisoner here, and whether or not you shoved me down here, you're practically my captor at this point. Anything I'd say is tainted by that. Besides, you already know what I'm going to do. If you want to put an end to me, then put an end to me.
Not a single real answer. At least aside from Miss Blood and Destruction. It's infuriating, isn't it? Whose buttons are there for us to press? Whose skin is there for us to get under? Not exactly how I'd put it, but I don't disagree. There must be something we can do. Asking questions just seems to make things worse.
I'm going to keep asking questions.
This is reaching its breaking point. If you don't act now, there will be nothing in here but her. Take a deep breath and focus up. You can do this.
Okay.
But how do we decide what to do? Can there even be a right choice when all of them are so different? Stop overthinking it. Your drifting thoughts have clearly been part of the reason
This game is so
situation has
good.
gotten out of hand.
I'm sorry, I'm
Trying to
fangirling
do
about
the
this
right
game.
thing, there's only ever been the one option, and that option is slaying her.
But
Just do something.
there's so
do
many.
anything. Do all of it. If
There's
that's
so
what
many
you want.
options.
This place is hell, and it's only getting worse.
Okay, I only have one option left. I'm getting you out of here. Try and free her. I don't know what you are, but I can't trust you. I can't trust anything. Leave her in the basement. Retrieve the blade.
Wait, that's not right. Go on. You take a step forward. Your foot lands, but it lands different. You experience a firm footfall, a gentle tread, a confident stride.
What?
You can feel yourself rupture. The room spins.
Okay,
your
so I
perception
made different
multiplied in a
decisions at the same
sickening
time.
Kaleidoscope as your very self is pulled in incomprehensibly many directions.
Okay.
You
Oh
find the
god.
blade suddenly in your hands. All at once you use it to strike at her bindings as you remain upstairs and slay her.
What? Okay. Oh, that's funny. My model is leaning with me because I'm trying to look at all of the
This is
different
what the end of the
options.
world looks like. What an unbearable mess. But this... We can't... Do you not have anything
Oh
witty to
god.
say?
Oh, they're morphing
Could
together.
use a good bit of wit right now. No, I don't, because this isn't fun. How are we supposed to have fun if everything is happening at the same time? It's the same as nothing happening, and nothing is excruciating. Luckily for all, nothing.
Oh, that was snapping
Everything doesn't
sounds.
go on forever. The world, the princess collapse in on themselves before it all
Okay.
falls apart.
Oh god. Oh, that's creepy. She has the dagger. She looks old in that one. Um.
I think he's gone. We were never going to salvage this, were we?
Oh, we got into the. We got rid of the narrator.
What happened to us? What are we? There are parts of us that are dead, and others, they just don't fit. We can feel
Oh,
when we're
that's
around
ugly.
places they don't belong.
Oof.
It's all so uncomfortable.
Yeah, that sounds uncomfortable.
Did we do this? Can you pull us back apart? Can you fix us?
We should help her. I think we did this.
Yeah, probably did.
How surprisingly sincere. I didn't actually think our actions had consequences.
Oh yeah, I knew,
It's a
but
little late for regret, isn't it?
I
Please.
please. The illusion of choice when everything is possible and nothing is. Yes. But you don't know if she had the chance to hear your silence. She's gone, replaced by something else.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
Explore the... I don't know where she went, and I don't know how we'd even go about looking for her. I think I'm supposed to look at the mirror.
There's something dreadful about it. I don't think you should. No. Don't do that.
I want to look at the mirror. I want to look at the mirror.
I'm begging you, don't do this.
I want to look at the mirror.
It's different now. It feels, I don't know, final.
What in the world? You approach the mirror, gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone, but the mirror remains. It's time for you to see what's in it. It's you. You are alone in a place that is empty. It is quiet here. You are at the cabin.
Something finds me in the long quiet and brings me the gift of a fragile vessel.
What are you? The gift of a fragile vessel? Do you know the narrator? Are you what sent me to slay the princess? Are you what trapped me here? Do you know about the worlds beyond this? Are you the princess? The gift of a fragile vessel?
Yes, nerves and fibers to feel the worlds beyond, perspectives to make my own.
Okay. I don't know what that
These ones
means.
are a contradiction, a winding kaleidoscope of paths and law. They are stretched into a shape not unlike me, but it is a shape they cannot hold. I am sorry that you met this vessel so early in your journey, but they will make for a rich and vibrant heart. Do not mourn them, for they will finally get to know themselves.
What are you? Is this the end of the world? Let her out of there. Do Do you know the narrator?
You are the only thing I have ever known.
Aw, that's kind of sweet.
The space we're in is vacant. Nothing comes here but us.
Are you the one that, are you what sent me to slay the princess? Are you what trapped me here?
I have only just now stirred to consciousness. I could not have trapped you here, and I too yearn to be free.
What are you?
I am solitary lights in an empty city. What are you?
That was very poetic. I'm a person.
A person, a set of eyes witnessing from one perspective. I think that you are more like me than you are like a person.
Oh, wow.
We are oceans, reduced to shallow creeks.
What happens now?
Nothing, as we are. But I know that there are worlds beyond us, and that we are meant to reach them.
Okay.
There is no exit, but this vessel is a creature of perception. She can make you forget, if only you believe her to be able to.
Interesting. A
Bring
vessel
me
of
more perspectives, so that I may be whole, and perhaps then we will know our freedom.
Okay, I think that there is going to be a true ending that isn't when you slay the princess and she inhabits your body.
I have not lived. I am not afraid to die.
Very philosophical.
More than you have found, but less than there are to find. I am infinite. The rest will find their own way home.
Okay. I was sent to slay the princess to stop her from destroying the world. If I help you, is that what you're going to do?
You ask of things that cannot be done. To destroy is merely to reshape, to remold.
Okay.
How can I know? I am flickers in something sprawling and unilluminated.
How much will I forget, and what if I don't let you do this to me?
Everything, until we meet again.
Okay. And what if I don't let you do this to me?
Then we will be here forever, as we are now. Unfinished, dry, hollow.
I'm not going back. Wait.
If you need time, then I'll wait with you.
Wait forever.
You are as I am now, and forever is a long time to remain undone. I am not you, but I know that I would return before forever was finished. What textures will you weave for yourself to occupy forever? Will you place the images of you and I into a box for safekeeping?
This is meta in a way that I wasn't expecting.
If you close that box, will you become another you in another world? An imaginary pattern repeating itself until it can no longer bear the weight of its hand-drawn cage.
Okay.
You'll always come back to the box, because you'll always want to know what it means to be you. I will be here waiting by your side until you're ready to return to mine.
Damn. Oh, shit. Oh my god. It just... I'm sorry. It just, crashed the game. What the fuck?
You
Okay.
have returned to me.
Oh my god.
Though you were gone mere moments, I never left your side.
Oh my god. Tetsuy! Heyo! How's it going, Tetsuy? Thanks for stopping in. I am playing Slay the Princess, and this is probably a spoiler. But it is a multi-ending game, and it is intense to say the least. The game is really, really good. I personally love games like this. It's a visual novel. This is an amalgamation of infinite choice and not choice, and it crashed my game when I said that I would wait with it forever. And now I guess I have to start the game over
She
because...
asked that I tell you to remember her.
Aw.
You won't.
Everything goes dark, and you die. Chapter 1. A spiral vessel. Bring the stranger to her.
You're on a path in the woods,
Interesting.
and at the end of that path is
Time
a
for
cabin,
another ending then, I
and
guess.
you're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Okay, let's see here. Let's see here. There's some dialogue that I haven't gotten yet, I think. Do I get some sort of reward for doing
Yes,
this?
but you'll have to slay her before you get it.
Okay. So I may or may not have gotten the true ending in my second like run through. So I think I know what the reward is supposed to be, which is interesting. Have you considered that maybe the only reason she's going to end the world is because she's locked up?
Are you serious? No, you have to do it. Don't mention it. It's all part of the job.
Okay.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her.
I do like that there are with every ending,
The
not
interior of the
ending,
cabin is
but
almost entirely bare.
every chapter
the air
ending,
is stale and musty, and the
it
floor and
adds
walls are
a
painted in
new
a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade.
it adds a new like
blade is
voice
your
other
implement.
than just the narrator.
You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Alright, but for some reason the
The door to the basement creaks
there
open,
is
revealing
no
a
hero
staircase
voice.
faintly illuminated by an
Usually
unseen
there's a
light
hero
in the room
voice.
below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice softly carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
Okay.
Hypnotizing.
Oh, there's the hero
It's the kind of
voice.
voice you only have to hear once to remember it for the rest of your life.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
Okay.
How
I'm here to
many
save
times
you.
do I have to tell you how dangerous letting her out of here would be before
Well,
you
I've done
finally
pretty
see
much
through?
everything other than
Wait,
letting her
really?
out.
You're here to rescue me? I was starting to think I'd be stuck down here forever. Come downstairs. I want to see the face of my rescuer.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall.
Okay.
She's beautiful. I am begging you to stay focused.
Hi. I can't believe you're here. I've been waiting for something like this to happen forever.
Now, I know that she's
I hope
evil,
you brought something to deal with these chains.
but
Don't do it. If she gets out of those chains, we're all one step closer to the end.
I want to let her out and see what happens.
You're only making this more difficult.
She evil. Yes, she is. In my first playthrough, what if narrator is evil? You have a point. In my first playthrough, I kept her locked up instead of releasing her, and then she became some sort of ghost that could end my life. And then in my second playthrough, I killed her just off the bat and got the slay the princess ending, which I think might be like the true ending, but
Thank you.
it's not supposed to.
Thank you.
I shouldn't have done it as soon as I did.
You're making a huge mistake.
Shut up, narrator.
No, you're doing the right thing. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never
The
see
narrator
her.
is really sketchy though. He seems to know
Her chains somewhere in the cabinet.
what is going on with the whole time loop scenario. He hasn't shared that information yet though. He hasn't told us what the
Okay. I'll be here. Good luck.
good luck.
You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place. Is someone else here? You try the door.
It's locked on the outside. Okay.
Your shouts and pleas are met. You're here to slay the princess, and you won't leave until the task is done.
Okay, well, I guess that's not
You make
happening.
your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade like you were supposed to.
Okay, maybe next time I'll take the blade and
Easier for whom? Easier for everyone. Look at the mess.
maybe I can pick the lock with the blade.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
They did.
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
She barely
Oh my
hesitates
God.
before raising her arm to her mouth, her teeth tearing through her limb with
Okay.
the determination of a trapped wolf.
Okay.
As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you, the clang of bouncing metal.
Okay.
It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike, it's now. Or we could use it to free her. You won't like what happens if you do that.
I beg to differ. I didn't even have
Fine.
the chance to kill her anyway.
Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the ragged, self-inflicted wound on the princess.
Oh my God.
Just above the unyielding chain binding her to this place. You cut into her flesh.
Oh, that's
The
grody.
blade is sharp.
Oh
Makes
God.
little effort to crack through the bone of her arm. Her limb falls to the ground, and the heavy chains follow suit.
The little hand on the pointer, the dagger has blood on it.
She didn't so
I like
much
the
as utter a
details of this
sound through
game.
the whole ordeal. No, she didn't. She smiles softly as her gaze meets yours, blood from her wounded arm dripping rhythmically to the ground. How is she still smiling after everything? It's like she isn't even bothered by what just happened.
Yeah, that's really weird.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
Okay. Yes.
No.
Let's.
We won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No. I can't just let her escape into the world.
Oh?
As the princess
What?
approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade.
The narrator can force my.
Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that.
He can take control.
Watch me.
Oh shit.
What are you doing?
Oh my god.
Stop that.
Warn her. Narrator might be
What's
evil.
over you, hasn't it? You know you don't have to do this, right?
I'm trying not to, my dude.
Your body lunges forward, the blade held low, ready to sink into her heart. But the princess dodges, stumbling back against the wall before the blade has a chance to connect. Stop it. Stop trying to resist me. I'm trying to get you out of here alive.
Oh, this is so good. Okay, slay. Resist.
The blade. Move the blade.
No.
As your body remains frozen in stubborn resistance, the princess takes a cautious step forward.
We both know this isn't you.
I know, I'm trying.
She nervously reaches towards you and takes the blade from your infuriatingly rigid hands.
I do like hearing the narrator be pissed
What are
off.
you doing?
I'm sorry. I'll try to be quick.
She plunges
Oh,
it into your
and
chest,
I'm dead.
tearing through flesh and sinew. It is agony.
Oh no, I'm not dead. Not
Not
dead yet.
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
Stay strong. We can tough it out until it's done. For her sake. For her sake? You start pretending that dying is some sort of heroic gesture.
For her sake.
Literally doomed everyone.
Well,
Whatever. She sinks the blade into your chest again.
Oh my god.
Again and again, and you feel every inch of burning pain that slices its way into your body.
Thanks, I hate it.
I'm sorry.
Oh my god. Oh my god, that's so much blood.
She doesn't know how to use a knife, does she?
Oh god.
Apparently not. Though it doesn't matter how sloppy her knife work is, does it? A stab wound is still a stab wound. It won't be long before you bleed out.
I'm so sorry.
Okay, so she seems nice.
One last
She's
thrust of the
sad about
knife.
killing me.
Your legs give out beneath you. You collapse to the floor, your blood pooling around you, your limbs unresponsive. The princess stares down at your ruined
Aw,
chest
she's
as
crying.
tears carve rivulets of pink down her blood-spattered cheeks. It can't just end like this, right? Oh, that's rich coming from you. As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. The two of you made your choice. It's over. Everything goes dark. And you die.
Aw, poor princess. The damsel. Okay. I'm going to free her.
You're on a path in the woods. And at the end of that path is a cabin. You're here to slay her. If you don't,
Okay, but I died. What am I doing here? Oh, you bastard. You're in for it now. I'm wise to your tricks.
What on earth are you talking about? We just met for the first time. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. Yes, he didn't approve of us last time, did he?
Voice of the
We're
smitten.
going to save
Oh
our
my god,
beloved.
that's so
You
funny.
have to be sneaky about it. Our beloved. Yes, you'll have to be very sneaky about your intentions if you're going to try and save the princess. Ah, so all of the cards are on the table. Then you should know that we and the princess are in love, and the four of us
Four
will be
of us?
foiling any and all assassination attempts you've got in the works. We'll see about that. Whatever you do, just be sure to ignore him specifically. It sounds like he's the sort who'd sacrifice the whole world for a peck on the cheek.
Hey, a
What
peck
can
on the
I
cheek is
say?
nice.
A world without love is a world that isn't worth saving.
Thank you, smitten. Let's assume I'm proceed to the cabin.
A warning.
I don't think that I'm going to be able to play all of the endings today. I don't know if I want to stream the rest of them, or if I should, I don't know if I want to stream the rest of them, or if I should, just like try to see all of the endings in my own time.
She will
But
lie,
there's
she
a
will
lot,
cheat,
so I would
she will do
probably,
everything in her power
either
to
way, I'll
stop
have
you
to
from
spend
slaying her.
extensive
Don't
amount of
believe a word she
time.
says.
We already told you we're not playing along with your little game. It's your lies that can't be trusted. Her beauty is the only thing in the world we can believe in.
I think we've already been over this. I'm pretty sure he just likes the sound of his own voice.
I do, but I also speak from the heart. My passions are
Okay,
too great
Smitten
to
is a
be
bit
stifled.
annoying.
They must be expressed.
Sure, yeah, your passions are strong and all, but not everyone needs to hear them.
Yes, thank you,
Some things are
hero.
better kept quiet. Don't pay their bickering any mind. Focus on the task ahead.
I find it really funny that with every voice, like, they acknowledge that I am a third person.
Interior
Oh,
of the
that's
cabin is
interesting.
clean and elegant.
This
Its
is the first
stone
time
walls draped
I've seen
in
it.
fine-threaded tapestries. A prison befitting a royal prisoner. The only furniture of note is an ornate wooden table with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade
Interesting.
is your implement.
This
You'll
looks
need
too
to
high
do
up
this right.
to,
That's because there isn't a mirror. There's a table, there's definitely a mirror. There isn't.
I'm sure the princess would tell us there was a mirror if she were up here.
In which case she'd be lying, because, again, there isn't a mirror.
there is definitely a mirror. I am going to approach the mirror.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. This really isn't funny. You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now.
Yeah, this...
But it was
Why
there a
am I
second
the
ago.
monster?
Now it's gone. Pity. We could have a feather out of place, and now we'll never know. We can't gallantly sweep her off her feet if we have a feather out of place.
Okay, shut up, Smitten. I am not looking forward to the next 2 chapters with you. Take the blade.
You take the blade from the table. It will be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
I suppose if we're to play the role of dashing knight, we need an equally dashing sword. That way she'll know we can...
Hopefully it doesn't put her on edge, and hopefully it doesn't get turned on us. Again, there's no use arguing over motivations right now. It's good that
I
you
don't know
the
why I
blade.
took
You'll
that.
need it to do your job.
Okay, enter the basement.
The door to the basement creaks
Okay.
open, revealing an intricate stairwell.
Nice.
Gold-trimmed carpet glimmers in the light of the torches positioned along the walls. The basement almost seems welcoming in the dim firelight, but it's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. A soft voice carries up the stairs.
Hello?
Her voice. It's somehow even more beautiful than last time.
Oh my
I
god.
can hear wedding bells already.
I love that.
I've
Good
held
for
my
you,
tongue
Smitten.
till now, but you're taking this a little too
Yeah,
far.
seriously,
You
it's...
barely even know the princess. We can still do right by her without all this over-the-top fawning.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, for everyone's sake, you're not in love. Just remember that her charms are all part of the manipulation.
I don't know,
You
she
walk down
didn't
the
seem
stairs and
very,
lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall.
she didn't seem very...
My love, we're here to rescue
Oh my
you
God.
from your unjust and foul imprisonment.
You know she can't hear, right?
Okay, so she can't
She
hear
may
the
not be able to
voices.
hear
She
my
can only
words,
hear
but
me.
surely
What
she
I
can hear
choose to
my
see.
spirit.
What I choose to say. That's interesting.
Oh, your spirit's plenty loud, all right.
It's you, my dashing hero. I was so worried you wouldn't come back.
Did you hear that? She said we're dashing.
And she called us a hero. Flattery really goes a long way with the two of you, doesn't it? Waiting for you to come back. I didn't want to believe your ravings back in the woods, but this is next to incontrovertible evidence. You've been here before.
I have.
That's right, villain. And you killed us. Well, she killed us. Only because he made us try and kill her. It was self-defense. Our beloved's hands remain unstained by cruelty.
And you've died before. So an entire world has been damned to oblivion. I'd really hoped I'd be the first, but what's done is done. What matters is you have a chance to do it right this time.
Okay.
We damned a whole world. But everything reset.
Yeah.
Nothing resets. You're just somewhere else. You can't keep hopping between worlds forever.
I beg to differ.
Especially not without leaving a trail of incomprehensible devastation behind you. This is horrible.
I want to see
Horrible for
how
you,
many
maybe.
times
But
I
we've
can.
been given another opportunity to sweep her off her feet and treat her like the lady she is.
She's just watching. She's in a different outfit and she's wearing a different like crown, and she looks happier and
Now,
more
hold
well
on.
fed
If she
and
actually ended
everything.
A world, are you sure we want to do this? Are you sure we want to rescue her?
yes.
We never saw a world end, and now I'm even more certain that we must chase our heroic and romantic destiny than I've ever been. I shan't let anyone convince us otherwise.
Are you listening to him? He's lost it. Don't let him distract you. Just do your job.
Do I have to cut you out again? I really didn't care for that last time. I have to ask, what did the end of the world? The narrator. Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. I want to have all of the, I want to do all of these options, but I don't want to have to worry about the permanence of choosing one. So I'm just gonna look at and see what they say.
I'm okay with whatever you come up with. You can cut my arm off again.
I
We won't
Don't
be
like
laying
that.
a finger on her
I don't like
perfect
that at all.
wrists, and indeed, we won't even have to. Do you see how dainty her hands are? We'll be able to slip her right out with no harm done.
okay, Smitten.
What? No, she's a prisoner here. You can't just slip her hand through the chains. Why are you two arguing over the logistics of slipping her hand out of her shackles? She just said she'd be okay with any idea we came up with. Am I the only one here who thinks that's weird?
That is pretty
Didn't
weird.
care last time. Why should she care this time? That's our stoic, smiling angel.
No, you're right. It's extremely bizarre behaviour and further evidence that she's a monster who's not to be trusted. So go ahead and slay her.
Okay. What happens after I
You
died?
died, and now we're talking.
Now you talk. Now we're talking. Okay, cool. Thanks. But before we started talking, did the world end? Did you end the world? I'm sorry about what happened last time. The narrator who sent me here to kill you took over my body. It was extremely unfair.
If another version of me was pushed to such drastic action, it was for good reason.
That's okay. You were just doing your best, and that's all that matters.
Okay, she's kind of too,
She took that in stride.
too
a
happy.
surprising extent. An almost unsettling extent, actually.
Yeah, it is a bit
That's
unsettling.
because she's perfect. Do you think she has someone like him telling her what to do? She doesn't. There's no one else like me.
I think he's right, because I like it better if she doesn't have some horrid little voice like him, always trying to drive her to violence.
All right.
I don't know. Was I supposed to have ended the world? Would that have made you happy?
Okay, yeah, this
Isn't
is...
that just like our darling princess? She wants to make us happy.
She is
My
manipulating
heart melts
us.
further with every word that passes through her beautiful lips.
Are you listening to her? That's a confession.
Okay. The world, honestly, the world sucks. People are a plague, and I hope you brought a slow and painful ruin to them
I
all.
can't believe
The entire world has been left in the hands of a misanthrope.
That's so funny.
Lucky for you, I did destroy the world. I destroyed all of it and made it awful for everyone.
I'd point out that she just admitted to abusing the entire world. That wouldn't actually move you. Oh, it moves me. Whatever we do next, we should do our best to not let her out.
But have you seen her angelic face?
She should get a pass. That's so funny.
She just wanted to make us happy.
By destroying the world.
Apparently, yes.
Okay. Let's go back to before that. Okay, I have no feelings one way or the
To be
other.
honest, I can't believe that the fate of the entire world has been left in the hands of a nihilist. Princess shifts in uncomfortable confusion.
Me too. I don't care.
She wasn't confused for long.
Yeah.
If she doesn't care, then clearly she didn't end the world. It would take a great desire for evil to do something so inconceivable, and our dearest has not an ounce of cruelty within her. All is well, and it's
Okay. And then the last option is no, I don't want the world to
Then I
end.
didn't end the world.
Okay, cool.
see, she didn't confess anything. She is innocence itself.
Not so sure.
Okay, you killed me last time and it hurt a lot. Why did you do that?
I'm sorry. Didn't you want me to?
Did we?
We warned her of the cruel forces seizing our body. That's practically telling her to kill us. She is our beloved, and she made the choice to
This is
free us of our misery,
interesting.
to show us mercy and make the best decision for everyone.
She made the best decision for her. Don't be so quick to assign kindness. You're just opening yourself up to manipulation.
Okay,
No,
I'm gonna try rescuing her
I
again.
can't let you do that. If you take another step towards the princess, Yes.
Wait, what? Oh, I missed something. You'll what? Take over your body and force us to try and kill her? And then the, narrator says yes.
Not on my watch, villain. My passions contain titanic depths, and if you try anything that might harm our dearest, I will end our life without a second thought.
Okay.
You wouldn't.
I would. I'd
Okay.
listen to him if I were you. He has a lot of strong feelings. And doesn't the world end if we don't stop her?
You approach the
Oh,
princess.
she
and
just
gingerly
slipped out of
slide
them.
her hand from her bindings.
Interesting.
That
Okay.
shouldn't have worked. I'll be damned. We're doomed. I can't believe it.
A feather out
Guess
of
I had to.
place. A feather out of place. I'm just realizing that way back when we were looking at the mirror, Smitten mentioned having a feather out of place, and we have feathers. We haven't been... We've been shown what we are in one of the other playthroughs, but we don't know. We've just seen like a glimpse in a mirror, and I don't know what we're obviously not human, but everyone's just pretending like we are human.
I told you, there's no life more worth living than that of a true believer.
I'm free. And you're not trying to kill me this time. Thank you. Thank you so much.
The princess jumps up and smothers you in a joyful embrace. Ugh.
Yuck.
Are you sure you want to do this? Just one slip of the wrist and your pristine blade is buried in her back, and everyone out there is saved. Is that a threat?
You know what we'll do if you try it.
You're going to regret this.
Am I
What
am
do
I
I do now?
really? Okay. Let me quick save this. What do you
Let me
want to do?
guess. End the world?
Spoken with the rank cynicism of someone who has never felt love in his heart.
I don't actually know. Nobody's ever asked me what I wanted before.
Okay, so
She doesn't even know what she wants. You may have had her all wrong. What if this whole thing is just a misunderstanding? What if she doesn't want to end the world?
I think it goes back to the perspective thing. Perspectives were mentioned in the last thing. Because we are perceiving her as good and treating her as such, she is
So
good.
gullible. Is the only thing you've ever doubted the actual truth?
I think I want to leave. And I think.
The princess closes her eyes in deep reflection,
She is really cute though.
and then she shrugs.
I don't know. What do you want to do?
Okay. Doing another quick save. I want you
I
to tell
just
me.
want to make you happy.
She can't just want to make us happy.
It makes sense to me. That's all I want for her, so of course she'd want the same for us.
There must be something that she
I
wants.
just want to make you happy.
Is she broken?
Uh-oh.
What's going on?
What is going on?
What's going on is she's lying to you, only she isn't a good liar. Are you starting to trust me now?
I just want to make you happy.
Oh, and she's more drawn.
This isn't right. I don't know what's going on, but this isn't right. I fail to see the problem here. She's just sweet on us. You don't have to act like it's a big deal.
Okay, if that's what makes you happy.
Oh god.
Is it just me, or does it feel like we're alone right now? Like we're the only ones here?
Oh? Oh shit. Oh my god. You don't get the chance to ask another question, nor will you ever. It's time for you to leave. Memory returns.
No! She was our perfect match. She's gone. Where did
Memory
she go?
returns.
Should we... Is that a mirror? Why is it here? Why now? What is that supposed to mean? Whatever awful thing I felt before, it feels so much worse now.
Do it then. End us all before I die of a broken heart.
Oh my god. You approach the mirror. Gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave. But you need to see what's in it. You've grown. What? You find yourself in the long quiet once again. Proceed to the cabin. You are at the cabin. Approach her.
Flickering lights in empty cityscapes become pockets of vitality and movement. I am more than I was before. Whenever you are ready, I will wipe your slate clean once again.
Are you the same being as you were before? How much have you changed? What is this? Oh wow, that's a lot of dialogue. Honestly, I want to look through some more dialogue options real quick, so I know how to get back to that point. I want you to tell me what
I
you
just
want.
want to make you happy.
She can't just...
It makes sense to me.
Okay, there must be something
I
you
just
want.
want to make you happy.
Is she... What's going on is she's lying.
but what would make you
I
happy?
just want to make you happy.
This isn't right. I fail to see the problem here.
Okay. You have to want something more than just making me happy. If you want to leave, then let's leave. I just want to leave. We can figure out the rest later. I want you to make me unhappy.
If that's what makes you happy.
Is it just me, or does it feel like we're alone right now?
Okay. Hold on.
No. She was our perfect.
Okay, I want to see,
That sounds perfect.
if you want to leave, that's leave. That sounds
As the
perfect.
princess takes your hand in hers, you let your blade tumble uselessly to the floor, and with it tumbles the last hope for the entire world.
We have each other. We don't need the world for our happy ending.
I like to think that you do, actually.
Look, I have my doubts, but the choice has been made and this is happening. You don't have to mope about it. I will mope about it, because moping is the only recourse you love-blind fools have left me with.
I do want to see what this ending ends up with.
Princess walk up the stairs hand in hand. Ugh, look at the way she's smiling at you. She doesn't have to be so happy about this.
And what happens after we walk up the stairs?
Let's see. Oh, isn't that interesting? The door slams in your face and the lock clicks.
That's a familiar move.
Did I do that last time? Then you should know that you won't be able to leave.
Oh no! Did someone lock us in here? That's not fair. We're supposed to leave now.
She's right. It isn't fair. But the unfairnesses of the world are no match for the strength of true love.
Enough with this true love nonsense. You just met her.
Yeah,
Of course you wouldn't understand.
spitting
Our
is
passions
kind of
run
annoying.
deeper than anything you have ever known.
Are you listening to this? You don't have to go along with the every whim of that delusional voice.
I'm just along for the ride at this point.
This is the first time I've actually like saved the game, which is probably not good, because with games like this, you're probably supposed to save after like every decision or before every decision.
Well, I don't know.
Of course she can.
Nobody is leaving.
Yeah, I think you've got this.
Okay, let me try.
The princess tries the handle, and the lock clicks.
The narrator.
She could do it.
Oh my god.
Princess, make your way upstairs. Her freedom and the world's ruin are just a few moments away. If you don't mind, I'm going to fix myself a drink before.
Oh my
I
god,
ruin
this game is
everything.
so good.
If I'm about to see the end of the world, I'd rather not see it sober.
Gang.
That's the way out. We're going to leave together, just like you wanted.
Yes, I suppose you are going to do that, aren't you? You cross the room, opening the door to the cabin, and then you step outside.
Oh, nice.
A happy ending at last.
We did it. What should we do now?
Where did everything go? Where did he go?
Oh, is he gone? I hadn't noticed. I was too busy staring deep into our beloved's eyes.
Okay.
I'm cold. Is being happy supposed to be so cold?
I don't like that.
Quick, our feathers. Pluck them all and weave her a coat worthy of a princess.
Okay, so again, he's admitting that we have feathers, so we're not... What are we? Are we a harpy? Well, you don't get the chance to make that jacket, nor will you ever. It's time for you to relieve. It's time for you to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And is that a mirror? Why is it here? Why now?
It's going to be okay. Just trust me. We've been here before, and you always get scared.
It feels so bad.
like looking into it right now is going to be the end of everything.
Yes. I fear that we won't like what we'll see. What if we just sit here and preen for a while? That can hurt, right?
What are we? It's not the end. Whatever's on the other side is going to be nice. It's the end for you, but not for me. I'll see you on the other side. It's going to be okay.
Okay. If you say so. We'll trust you.
She'll be there waiting for us. I just know it.
You're not wrong. Approach the mirror. You approach the mirror. Gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. You've grown. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. You are at the cabin.
Flickering lights and empty cityscapes become pockets of vitality and movement. I am more than I was before. Whenever you are ready.
Okay. Yeah, there's a lot to go on here. I am going to save this and let's see here. Are you the same being as you were before? How much of you has changed?
Is a child the same as an infant? I am an unbroken pattern, but every vessel gives fresh perspectives and carves new avenues of expression. I am different, but I am the same.
What does it feel like to change like this?
Eyes close in reflection. Perspectives meld together, and the breadth of my experience stretches to new corners. There are contradictions, conflicts in my nature, and there are familiarities that bind everything together. It feels correct. This is what I need to be. This is the only path forward.
Okay. I am going to quick save. No. I am going to, oh my god, there's so many. Save here. When this is all done, do you know what you want to do?
With every gift you bring me, I excavate the alleys of what I am meant to be, and every exploration yields new and complicated truths. What I will be is different than what I am. What I am is different from what I was. I cannot tell
This is
you
interesting.
what desires I will hold when I have changed. But in this moment, all I want is to know myself and to know you.
Aw. Why am I a sap for this eldritch being? You know that at the end of this, once you're finished, I'm going to kill you, right?
There is still much to be seen. Neither of us know the depths of our being. Perhaps at the end of this, I will be the one to kill you. Or perhaps we will leave this place together and find new horizons to discover.
Okay, 1 second. I'm going to load,
With every gift, I cannot tell you what to...
when I go back, it's as if I was an invisible wall closes around me. Why can I never do the same thing as before?
Those paths lead to worlds you've already seen, and to perspectives I have already made my own. They are useless to us now, inaccessible. The only paths of value are those that are yet untread.
Interesting. Okay. You have been kinder to me than anyone else I've
Why
met.
wouldn't I be kind to you? You are the only thing I know that isn't me.
What do you want me to bring you next time?
Gifts aren't what someone tells you to bring them. My joy is in seeing what you choose. There are no wrong answers, and every perspective illuminates my shadows and shares new secrets.
Do you have any thoughts on this vessel?
This one is soft and delicate. You molded her to love you, and she'll make for a gentle heart.
Interesting. Okay.
Do not mourn her. She has served her purpose.
You know that at the end of this, once you're, okay. So you don't have any preferences on how you'd like to change or grow?
My preference is for you to show me what you would like me to see. I cannot know the ways I wish to grow, for I have yet to feel them. It is you who guides me down the thin trail of perspective and memory.
I don't want to hurt you, but the more times I go back, the worse I fear things will be.
The vessels are shaped by memories of you, but their impulses are drawn to the edge of the long quiet. To them, you are a gate to something more, and any hurt you've caused them is understood as a fair price for freedom. But they are only thoughts and perspectives. They are not me. The wounds they've suffered carve texture around my heart. Without them, I would be as I was before. I would be alone and without sensation. I could not feel the joy.
This game is so incredibly, not poetic is kind of like a synonym for what I'm thinking, but it's so incredibly like deep.
If I am to be an ocean, you have nurtured me into a pond. My waters are shallow and murky, and I yearn for more perspective. You will have your rest in due time, and I am sorry for the burdens I place on you.
Okay. I want to see what attacking the entity does.
My roots burrow in an ocean beyond your sight. We cannot harm each other as we are now.
Interesting. You raise your will to end your life, but as it buries into the space your body should be, you feel nothing at all. One of the many hands in front of you reaches forward and gently touches the side of your face.
There's nowhere for you to be but here.
I'm ready to go back.
I will long for your return, but it will give me time to reflect on what I am. We will meet again.
Everything goes dark, and you die.
You're on
Interesting.
a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the...
Okay. The end of the world. Silently. I guess I'll move to the cabin.
You make your way up. A warning. She will lie.
Alright.
The interior of the blade is your implement.
Take the blade.
Take the blade.
Enter the basement.
The door to the... Her voice.
Who's there?
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here.
Oh wow, that is a new
Don't let it fool you.
voice.
It's all part of the manipulation.
Oh, are you now? Why don't you come down and let me take a look at you?
Okay. So it
You gave
takes
away
away
element of
the
surprise.
option
Good luck,
of
hero.
it takes away the option of me
You walk down the stairs
helping
and
her.
lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world?
Focus on the task at hand.
You weren't kidding when you said you were here to kill me.
I haven't decided yet.
How about you drop the knife and the two of us just talk?
Look how reasonable she's being. We should just drop the blade and talk things out. Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster. Killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us.
Alright. Drop it.
The blade tumbles out of your trembling hands and drops to the floor with an unceremonious clang.
Alright.
Thank you.
Against your better judgment, you step forward to speak with the princess face to face, unarmed.
We'll be fine.
I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you there's no reasoning with her. Just make sure you don't forget about the blade on the floor. You're going to need it.
So here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a pretty awkward relationship. Are you coming on to me? How would I get you out of here? What's your name?
She hesitates before answering.
You can address me as your Royal Highness, or Her Majesty. Any
Oh,
honorific
interesting.
to do,
Okay. So this is a part of the multiverse ending that I got earlier.
Note the lack of detail. You can't trust her.
How would I get you out of
You
here?
can't. Don't bother.
I'm guessing you don't have the key then. I'm sure there's a key somewhere around here, and if there isn't, well, we can always put that knife to good use.
Her sharp eyes settle on the edge of the blade. She isn't suggesting what I think she's suggesting, right? She is. I'm sure of it.
Do you know why I'm here to kill you?
Do you? So, you're not going to share? How pointless. If you want to talk, I'll talk. But this isn't talking.
Yeah, that's definitely manipulative. A relationship. How long have you been here?
Too long.
Too long.
Again, she offers no specifics. No matter how hard you try, you'll never get a straight answer out of her.
A relationship? Are you coming on to me?
Don't jump to any weird conclusions. We're two people who have met each other. By definition, we have a relationship.
Okay, we've talked enough.
Oh, have you decided what to do with me?
You know why you're here.
Slay the princess. I'm getting you out of here. I'm going to keep you locked away down here, at least for a bit.
Oh, you have to be kidding me. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to they're large and heavy. Far too
If you don't have the key, maybe you should go looking for it.
doubtful. Whoever lo-
Okay.
That would be fine. I can lose an arm.
Okay.
She speaks with
She's
almost complete nonchalance.
yeah, definitely nonchalant
We were
about
stuck down here
that.
for long enough. I'm sure we'd be nonchalant about cutting our way out.
Anything to finally be free.
You attempt to make your way out of the...
Okay.
Someone else here. You make your way back to the bottom of the stairs. Easier for who? Easier for everyone.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down. The knife. Pick it up and cut me.
You won't like what...
Okay, I'm gonna save the princess.
Against your better, you cut into her, but the blade is sharp and you make quick work of it.
She didn't so much as utter a sound.
Free from her bindings, the princess turns to face you. How is she so composed after losing an arm?
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
Okay, approach the locked door.
We won't have any of that. The stakes as the... Wait, this is... Watch me.
Warn her?
Stop that.
I
Okay.
thought this was a little too easy.
Oh,
Your body lunges forward to sink the blade into her back, but the princess swiftly moves out of the way before you can connect.
okay.
Stop it! Stop resisting me. I am...
I'm gonna resist more,
The
but this
blade.
is a different
Move
version. This
the
isn't the
blade.
damsel.
You're doing your best to help me, aren't you? I can see the conflict in your eyes. I'll make this quick.
She steps forward and pries the blade from your rigid hands.
Maybe I'll see you in another life.
You will.
And then she slits your throat with an almost clinical ease. Her face remains unchanged as she watches you collapse to the ground, blood flowing from your butchered neck.
Jesus.
This is the end, isn't it? I'm afraid it is. Everything goes dark, and you die. I hope it was worth it.
The prisoner. Okay. Okay.
You're on a path in the woods, and you're here to slay... A terrible sense of deja vu. No, you don't have that. This is the first time either of us have been here. Don't forget what he did
The
to us last
skeptic.
time around. I wouldn't trust a word out of his mouth.
Hello,
Got to be
skeptic.
a way out
You
of it,
are
for us
new.
and for the princess. We just have to keep trying. I'm inclined to agree.
So this is
I don't
like
remember what happened last time.
the
It's best
romance
to keep it
route,
that way.
but not with the damsel.
You know I can hear you two, right? It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets from me. And as far as trying to help her goes, need I remind you how catastrophically dangerous she is to the world at large? We could go back and forth on this forever, and it won't get you any closer to doing your job and saving the world. So let's just agree to disagree.
Okay, fine, whatever. Let's assume proceed to the cabin.
A warning before you go any further. She
Okay.
will lie,
Lie,
she will
cheat, and
she
she'll
will
do everything in her power to
to
stop you from slaying her.
slaying her.
Okay, cool, we
Don't-
know.
Yes, don't believe a word she says. Just go in, take the knife, and do what
He
you're
says
supposed to
wink.
do. Wink.
Wink.
Did you just say wink out loud? No, I didn't. Wink. Just ignore this clown and focus on the princess.
Proceed in the cabin. I am curious as to...
The interior
Oh,
of the
interesting.
cabin is less a cozy woodland retreat and more like a dungeon. A few pathetic wisps of starlight attempt to illuminate the cold, uninviting stone walls, and thick, wrought iron bars barricade the windows, reminding anyone who enters that this is a prison. The only furniture of note is an iron table, bolted to the floor, a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade
I want to
is
get
your
at least like
influence.
one or two more
You'll need it if you
endings
want to do this right.
before I switch over and do a collab with Junie.
You take the blade from the tape. Good idea. Much better to be armed than to go in with blind hope alone.
Alright, let's enter the basement. What does it look like?
The door to the basement creaks
Okay.
open, revealing an old stone staircase. A few sputtering torches attempt to vaguely illuminate your path, dancing across glimmering patches of slimy
I think
moss
in
and
this
stone
iteration
stones.
she is a...
If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably
psychopath.
be doing her a favor. Her voice, harsh but controlled, carries up the stairs.
Is that a visitor I hear? Please, come downstairs. It's been a while since I've had company.
Does she remember us?
Does she remember us?
You walk down the
Oh,
stairs
wow,
and lock
that
eyes with
is...
the princess. She looks up at you, the heavy collar around her neck clanking loudly as she moves. The chains binding both her wrists to the far wall, joining the metallic chorus as she adjusts her hands in her lap.
Interesting. Okay, so he made it impossible for us to save her this
Should we be
time.
worried about the one around her neck? Why would you be worried about her restraints? If anything, they'll make your job easier. Have you noticed the empty chain on the wall?
I
Odd
did
that
notice
in a place
that.
where everything seems to serve a distinct purpose, there will be something so obviously useless.
I did notice that, for
What
sure.
an interesting development. Why don't you have a seat? The two of us should chat before you bury that thing in my heart.
You step towards the princess, but she stops you before you get too close, holding up one shackled hand.
That's fair.
There's fine. I'd prefer we keep some distance until we've sorted this out.
She has a crown. The crown is chains? Barbed wire?
That's
Something like
reasonable.
that?
We do have a weapon. Might as well put her at ease. You do as she asks and sit on the floor, still a good distance away from her.
Thank you. Now, what are your intentions for me?
Okay. Hold on. Save. AQ. What? Automatic saves, quick saves. 1. Okay, gotcha. I understand now. Okay, sorry. Just looking at what the saving options were. I'm glad that all of the quick saves aren't gone. What are your, I've been here before. Am I the only one that remembers that?
Oh, are we acknowledging that? I thought we weren't going to give away the game. But yeah, I remember.
The game.
First you make a comment about having been here before, and now this. As much as I would like to remain in denial, no use. This has complicated things.
It's
Alright.
complicated things. How?
Ideally, this was supposed to be one and done. You go to the cabin, you heroically slay the princess, and in the process you save the entire world from being damned to oblivion. The situation right now, where you're getting a second shot at things, is a contingency.
So he's finally telling us something that we don't know. He's finally kind of giving some of his secrets, so to
Contingency
speak.
for what?
For you failing, obviously. And you being here means that things are going to be a lot harder than they were. I really shouldn't say anything else, I'm just going to make it worse. Just good luck.
If you knew this could happen, why didn't you tell us? All of this is incredibly valuable information. It would have changed our actions considerably.
I needed you to be in the dark for as long as I could keep you there. It's important. Necessary, even. And maybe I wanted to be the first version of me that you met. I didn't want to be confronted by the alternative.
That's pathetic.
Damn.
I never said I wasn't.
Oh, damn.
Get it? It would be pretty upsetting, wouldn't it? To know that you might not be the first version of yourself. At least we can remember what happened before. Seems like we should count ourselves lucky for that.
Well, actually you
He gets
don't.
it. You're lucky, so don't waste that luck by messing it up again.
Moving on. Why is it important for us to be ignorant? How is it ever helpful to be in the dark?
The more I say, the more your mind will swim into dangerous waters. Even saying that is too much. Your success hinges on you having imperfect information.
Wow,
For the
okay.
sake of the entire world, you need to accept
That sounds pretty terrible, actually.
I won't.
Yeah, I don't accept that
You
either.
won't get another word from me on the matter.
Yeah, sure. We'll see about that.
Just Give it a rest. This isn't helping.
Focus. This is a serious situation. You shouldn't be daydreaming.
Okay. What other chain? Okay, I'm gonna quick save and see what we have going on here. You were asking about my tension. What did you mean by that?
Yes, your intentions. You have a knife. There isn't a keyhole in these shackles, and I don't see any keys in your hands either. So I'm afraid my only way out is another surgical removal.
Is she forgetting about the shackle on her neck?
Or does she think she'd survive a beheading?
You're right. Maybe she's delusional. All the more reason not to trust her.
Unless she really could survive.
Though I suppose you could just be here to kill me. But I don't think that's in either of our best interests.
What happened after I died last time?
Nothing happened. You died. I went upstairs. I couldn't leave. I found myself in a new place in chains again. More of them. And now you're back.
Is that really all she knows?
It's not like we have much of a clue about how things work. And she's probably even more in the dark than we are.
You're looking at me like I might be hiding something. I'm not.
Okay.
I guess it's possible she really doesn't know anything. Maybe both of us are stuck in this loop without any idea why.
I want to know how many times I can make the loop happen. Am I supposed to cut you out? If you didn't notice, your head is in that other chain on the wall. Who is it for?
I don't know, but you could always try it on. Maybe it'll fit.
I hope I don't actually have to say this, but please don't lock yourself in chains. We need you ambulatory if you're going to save the world.
I want to see that happen. 1 second. That's really funny. Okay, what would you have me do?
Let me borrow that knife. Don't worry, you'll get it back.
That's ominous.
But she seems confident. Whatever it is she has planned, I think she knows what she's doing.
Oh, please. She's just putting on an act to disarm you. That much should be obvious. In case you need to hear a voice of reason, it
Okay,
will
I
obviously be
want
the
to
one
see-
give away your only weapon.
I want to chain
Though she
myself
isn't
up,
bluffing. Whatever she
and
has planned might be for her benefit alone. There's no guarantee that what's good for her is good for us.
So, what should we do?
I don't know. I'm just spelling out our options, listing the pros and cons.
Thank you,
Let me
Skeptic.
help you. I'll start with the cons. If you're handing her your weapon, the cons are that she might use it to escape and end the entire world. And she might use it to kill you. That doesn't sound great. There are none.
The pros are that we can't trust him.
Yeah, that's
Possibly
true.
even more
Can't
that we can't trust her.
I can't trust
Whatever
anyone.
she has planned could do something to mess with what he has planned. Or maybe they're both screwing us over in their own ways.
Yeah, I think in this particular instance, they're both trying to screw us over.
I wouldn't do that.
And why?
Do I even need to explain
It's a
myself?
shackle.
It's a shackle, and it's one without a key. Do you want to be stuck here like she is?
Kinda.
And what? Is it going to lock the second we put our wrist into it?
I don't know. Maybe it will.
He doesn't want us to look at it. That's all the reason we need to investigate.
Yeah, I'm
What
gonna
if he's telling
investigate.
the truth.
He isn't.
I am.
Inspect the shackle.
Against your better judgment, you approach the chain.
It's really fun
hanging
getting
from
all the
afar.
endings in this game.
The princess watches you with faux disinterest as you inspect it, though she can't fully hide her curiosity. I don't want to say what I'm supposed to say next.
What I'm supposed to
What is that
say.
supposed to mean? It sounds bad. Yes.
Come out and say it then. You're just wasting time.
Fine. As you hoist the shackle, its heft shifts in your grasp, as if pulled by some odd magnetism.
Before you can so much as blink, it practically leaps from your hands, snapping around your neck.
Awesome.
And, as if your situation weren't bad enough, the same magnetism repels your blade, which is flung from your hand and sent skittering across the floor of the basement.
Nice.
Excuse me? Yes? Are we stuck here now?
Yay. Become your own jailer. Yes.
Huh, so it does fit. And I guess it doesn't like your knife. We're stuck here together, aren't we? That's fun.
What are we supposed to do now? Can't even cut
I
ourselves out.
really like this version of her
Guess we'll
voice.
Starve. That's horrible. It's not all bad. We learned a valuable piece of information. Not to touch things we specifically told not to touch. No, that there's something special about this loose chain. It's clearly important.
Did you know this was going to happen to me? So we're both stuck here.
Yep.
Yep. Okay. What should we do?
Wait, I guess. Maybe something else will happen. Maybe not.
Fair enough. Did you know this was gonna happen to me? No? Okay. Cool. Not one for small talk, are you? Nope.
That's rude.
Yeah, a little bit.
You and the princess wait in silence, though neither of you knows what you're waiting for. But you're waiting for something. You're waiting for anything. This is so boring. There must be something we can do to get out of here. There must be something we're missing. But there isn't. Time passes. It passes and passes and passes.
I wonder if I'll get cold for
The
this
basement
one.
of the cabin remains much the same. It is cold and silent. At least the world is safe. It isn't. You're stuck. Too far away from both the princess and your blade to do much of anything. But she's not ending anything. She's just sitting there. Her very existence is a threat. It harms everything around it.
That's okay.
How exactly does that work? It just does.
Because she's a perspective, and the more perspectives that the entity obtains,
But your line of questioning is interrupted
and
by
so
the passage of even more time.
the
And
only
after
way that
even
we
more
can
time
do
passes again. And let me guess, the cabin remains the same.
the only way that we can like end the quote-unquote threat is to end the perspective, so that the entity at the end doesn't gain the
If time
perspective.
is passing, the cabin can't be the same. Even if the differences are small, they have to exist. That's just how things work. I suppose you're correct. Things are changing.
Things did
The
change.
differences are small at first. A bit of weathering here, a bit of erosion there.
I don't like small talk, remember?
Okay, well,
Still rude.
yep, still rude. Waiting in silence.
You continue to wait in silence, and the cabin
Wow,
continues
how
to
long
change.
are we
The
here?
decay
How
comes
are neither of
faster
us
now. You
dying?
can see earth through holes in the stonework, can watch lichen spread along the seams of the walls. That doesn't make sense. Has our entire concept of time changed? What happened to starving?
Yeah,
She'd have
exactly.
died by now if the rocks around us are starting to erode. She hasn't starved. I guess she hasn't.
Interesting. What the fuck?
Even more silent time passes as you watch roots push themselves through the increasingly porous walls of the basement. Dirt seeps inside, flowing across the stone floor like a liquid, covering the ground and threatening to swallow you both. Time continues to pass, and pass,
And pass.
until suddenly, there are no walls.
And then...
And I think he's gone.
Oh shit.
Would you look at that? We made it out of the cabin, and nothing bad had to happen to either of us.
Oh wow.
So this is the outside world. It's cold.
Interesting. Okay, so that's... Okay. But you do not get the chance to respond, nor will you ever. It's time to leave. Memory
She's
returns.
gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her?
Okay.
Is that a... Why is it here? Why now?
Approach the mirror. You approach the mirror, gaze into the reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. You've withered. You finally find yourself in the long quiet once again. You are at the cabin.
I am a growing chorus of contradiction, a mass of tides ebbing and flowing all at once in more directions than my attention can bear to hold. To look at any one is to shift them all into something new, and to look away is to reshape them again.
Bunny! Oh no, Ume! Thanks, Une! Thanks, Ume! Thanks for the raid! Oh my god! How was your stream? Welcome everyone in. I am playing, Slay the Princess. It is a, what is it called? A visual novel about slaying the princess, and I have just reached one of the endings, and I was actually probably, I chickened out. Aw, baby, we should do a FNAF tier list. Okay, we can maybe do a FNAF tier list. I don't know what that entails, but, I don't think that we'd be able to do it tonight, because it's very short notice, but, you chickened out, Ume? I'm sorry. Did you play like any of the game? Did you play any like nights, or did you just decide that it was too hard and you changed to something else?
All of me is changing, and yet the rest of me is still the same.
It's okay. We did something better. Oh, what did you do, Vesper? Or what did y'all do? I guess. Oh yeah, I gave up on the game on night 2, and we did a tier list based on how good each animatronic makes pizza. That's really good. That's funny. Okay. You can't contradict a contradiction. Contradictions don't exist.
And yet my waters flow and my streets bustle. There are no words that can describe me into non-existence. There is no logic that can bind my multitudes. I am everything
Philosophical.
that you have known me to be, but I am also none of it.
That's the word. Earlier I was looking at this, I was listening to her talk. I couldn't think of the word, but the word is philosophical.
You are like me, even if you have chosen not to look at the corners of you that do not fit, even if you have chosen to ignore the brilliant contours of your soul.
What do you think of this vessel?
This one is cold and cynical. She has protected herself when others could not. She will make for a clever heart.
Okay.
Do not mourn her. She doesn't need to be protected any longer.
Aw, okay. I won't mourn her then. It doesn't matter how many times I go back. At least one of us always hurts the other. Doesn't that change you? Doesn't that make you worse?
It changes me, but it doesn't make me worse, nor does it make me care for you any less. Does it make you worse? Do you resent me?
If anything, it makes me like you more. I don't know what that says about me. Ooh, what is this game? Hi, Mew. This game is called Slay the Princess, and it is a visual novel in which you try to slay the princess. spoilers if you want to play it. I'm 3 or 4 endings in at this point, and every ending compounds on itself. There's like a later plot. This music is very Hollow Knight-esque. I've never played Hollow Knight, but I believe that. Damn, girl. Those are a lot of hands for me to hold. I know, right? Okay, so I may or may not be kind of a little bit down bad for this Eldritch entity. I'm sorry, Junie, but I mean, can you blame me? Look at that. um, if anything, it makes me like you more. I don't know what that says about me. No, I get it. Yeah, thank you. Exactly.
That even in the darkness, you are guided by
It's understandable. She looks like she gives immaculate head pats. I know. Although, in my second playthrough, I did kind of have I broke the game a little bit. Why would anyone want to slay her? She's too cute. I will try and see if I can get a bad ending. So far, I've been trying to do all of the, saving her runs, but in one of my previous runs, I broke the game a little bit. I chose to not do the quest of slaying her and ended up on a path that I couldn't change, and like I broke reality and there were like everything was happening at the same time. And so she was like an amalgamation. She was all of these hands, but also she had a bunch of different bodies and stuff. It was really cool. I'm a sucker for that kind of shit. It says that your heart is gentle, that even the darkness. Have you figured out what you'll want when we've finished?
I yearn for what I have always yearned
Uh-oh.
for. Our awakening. All our
Ruh-roh.
desires shrink in the light of knowing you and knowing me.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think I can... Yay, she's back. Oh, yeah, I saw something that my OBS went out. I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened there, but... Welcome back. Thank you, Mew. Sorry about that.
I care about your gifts, but I have no preferences to burden you with.
She's so sweet.
Even if I did, I would never dare to tarnish our relationship.
Have you
by
played Doki
sealing
Doki
myself
Literature
within
Club?
you.
Yes, I love Doki Doki Literature Club. Oh, is that... What is... That's one of my emotes. Nice. Kami loves Monica. I do. Actually, I was more of a Yuri girl. It's so good, I know. I love Monica, but I also do... I played the DLC before it got popular, so I had no idea what I was getting into. Yeah, I knew that it was going to be something weird. I did not realize what was going to happen. But, you know, sometimes pals just like to hang around. So, also Sayori, my beloved, I know. She was great. I think she was the first romance that I did, in the game. She's so caring and compassionate towards me. Like, I think she kind of breaks the fourth wall a little bit in that, like, this entity that I'm looking at right now, the princess, Princess Prime, recognizes that she is talking to me, and not like the hero voice or the other voices or the narrator that all show up. She is very relatable, uh, which is why it didn't hurt. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, which is why it hurt me. Yeah, she is. It can be painful. Do you know what happens to the worlds we leave behind?
My perspectives are shadowed. You have seen what I have seen, just as I have seen what you have seen. The angles of my vantage do not offer me hidden truth.
We are the same
My
person.
attention is turned inward, except when you are here with me.
I was also very attached to Sayori, yeah.
Perhaps this will change when our work is done.
So you don't have any preferences on how you like to change or grow?
The tides do not dictate where they are pulled. A river does not dictate its outlets. My gift to you is to let you choose your path, and my task is to treasure the gifts you bring me.
How many more vessels do I need to bring to you?
We will know when we near our destination.
Okay. I'm ready to go
I
back.
will be here when it is time for us to meet again.
Everything goes dark, and you die. Chapter 1, The Hero and the Princess.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin...
Okay. I will have to end it there on Slay the Princess, because Junie and I are actually going to be doing a collab. So I'm going to, I've just been informed we've run out of Halloween candy. Oh no. Poor Junie. I am going to take a quick break to take some medication, and then let Junie get ready her own stream so that we can do some scary story reading. I figured that it could be fun to do some like ASMR type reading of stuff. I don't know if there is anything that I can do. Okay. You have such a great ASMR voice, so that's perfect. Oh, thank you. That's what I was hoping for. I'm gonna go ahead and move over to the starting soon screen. And then I will be back in just a few moments, and we can kind of get this started. See you soon, baby. Yeah, I'm excited. I will call you, Junie, in just a moment. Alright. See y'all in just like... Oh, that is the wrong... My bad, sorry. I'll see y'all in just a few moments. Hello. Oh,
Wow, you're muted, baby girl.
yeah, I have a keybind that mutes my Discord and also mutes my stream, or like toggles
Oh,
the mute.
fun.
But I had my stream muted and
Nice.
I pressed the button and it toggled them. So my stream went on and it muted me on Discord, but it's okay. We're good.
Nice.
Do you have a good stream?
Yeah, that was pretty good.
All right.
I figured out what I'm gonna read too. I have SCP stories up,
Oh yeah?
and so I'm gonna read some SCPs.
Oh nice. How
Yes.
long were you wanting this to go?
I
Because
don't know.
okay, because
However long you want.
okay, I have three stories. One is 10 minutes, and the other two are 8 minutes. So that
Okay.
plus your stories, plus interacting and all that kind of stuff, are going to probably be,
Mine are all really, really short. I mean, they're not really short, but they're not like 10 minutes because they're SCPs.
okay, gotcha. Oh, um, it's very snazzy. The vibes are very well suited. I just noticed I have little fangs. Those are so cute. Oh, thank you. There is a fang option on Vroid Studios, so um, I'm a cat after all. Cat girl. Well, I'm a
Are you
goddess, but
streaming already?
yeah, no, I didn't stop the stream. Oh,
Oh, okay.
thanks for the follow, Uma. Wait, why wasn't I following you? What the fuck? Thank you for the follow anyway. Thanks, Vesp. Um, it's
I
okay.
I thought you muted yourself and went off. Sorry
Oh,
for that laugh.
no, you're good. I no, I muted myself but kept the stream on and I just kept it on the Halloween starting soon overlay
That's
thing.
so funny. That's so funny.
Oh, did you think when did you think that I was done and so okay. Well, I'm streaming. Be stream
Yeah,
appropriate.
I'm streaming now too. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Scuffed SCP rating stream. Welcome to the Scuffed Horror Story rating stream. We're with Kami today.
Hello,
Say hello, my
hello.
love. She is my girlfriend, if you don't know. Yippee scream.
Yippee scream, yes.
I'm looking at your chat on my phone.
Oh, that's
If someone wants to say something to me, it'll pop up on my overlay anyway.
yeah. That's cute. That's sweet.
Yeah. Um, do me a favor. Go on your phone and look at my stream right now, and please look at how scuffed I have it set up, please.
Okay, I'll do that.
I I just need you to look at it.
Okay, one
I just need you
second.
to look at this thing really quick.
Okay, let me go ahead and
My
update my
God.
stream information real quick, though,
Oh,
to...
I need to do that too. That would be smart. We'll be right back, folks. I'm still gonna be talking, but we're gonna be on the stream break screen.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I need
have
to do
just
that.
my model. Like I have a scene where it's just my model where I can like that's what I was probably what I was gonna do for the ASMR reading stream thing. Okay.
And what does this count as? Just chatting?
I'm probably gonna
This
mark
is
it as
just chatting.
ASMR.
Oh, well, I don't do ASMR.
Okay, well, I'm gonna mark it as ASMR anyway, so take that.
Okay,
Um,
that's fine. That was always allowed.
okay. Bunny
That
Jenny.
was literally always allowed, my love.
I know. Man, Slay the Princess is such a good game. I love it. I've been playing it for like 3 hours, and I probably could have kept playing forever.
Okay, we have been updated. Oh, that is my screen for my Twitch. Oops. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Yay.
Kami
Yes, okay. I
can,
gotta go on my own chat.
Kami can read me to bed now. Of course, Mew. I'll always read you to
Okay.
bed.
I never noticed how shiny your clothes are. Yes, my clothes are very shiny, especially my hair. You know, my hair. Look at my hair. It's so shiny. Look at how it shines. It's very shiny. And that's the only part of me that is. I don't know what anyone else is talking about. Everything is fine. Who wants to go first reading?
That is a good question. Um, I can do it if you want.
Okay, that sounds good.
All right.
Hair is
This
my favorite place of clothing. Alright, chat, be quiet. Mama Kami is speaking.
No, they can talk. It's not like it'll interrupt me. Um, so this is called the Living History Project. It again will probably be decently long. It's 10 minutes. Okay. One of my least favorite parts of being a middle school history teacher is the bullshit living history assignments we give at the end of every school year. Kids are supposed to sit with their grandparents and videotape, voice record, or transcribe their oldest memories for posterity and for an easy way to bring up their GPA. I've been doing this for 17 years, and when I collected the projects this time around, I assumed they would be as dull, if not duller, than usual. This had not been a particularly bright class. So I went home, poured myself a glass of wine, and prepared for a long night of I only only owned two pairs of pants when I was your age, and my brother got beat with a newspaper for hitting a baseball into the neighbor's yard. And of course, these projects were peppered with innocent old person comments that were so horribly eh, racist and sexist, you just had to laugh. Now, I had a girl in my class whom I will call Olivia, who she was pudgy, quiet, and proved herself to be a consistent B student. I expected her project to be as unremarkable as her, and perhaps that's why I was so profoundly disturbed by what I witnessed that night. Olivia, who had submitted two discs for some reason, um, Olivia had submitted two discs for some reason, so I began with the one marked interview. My screen hiccuped twice before a grainy image of a living room came into view. The place was a hoarder's hell. Olivia was curled up in an armchair, clutching a notebook and looking like a scared animal. Across from her sat a man with a somber countenance, smoking a cigarette and staring at her expectantly. Go ahead, a woman's voice whispered from behind the camera. Olivia's owlish eyes flashed towards the screen, then went back to the man. I'm here with my great uncle Stephen, she began almost inaudibly. He is going to tell us his oldest memory from being in the army. Great Uncle Stephen looked like he'd rather be in a goddamn trench at the moment, but he waited patiently for the questions to begin. Not surprisingly, Olivia read verbatim from the suggested questions sheet I had handed out to the students. He whispered her curtly. Once or twice I heard her mother whisper, "Speak up, Olivia," from behind the camera. Typical boring shit. So I was intrigued when Olivia set down the notebook and asked, "Did you like being in the army?" That was totally off script. Great Uncle Stephen emitted a chain smoker's wheeze. Nope. Glad to get out of my town, though. Where did you go? Balkans. Uh-huh, she said. I doubted she knew what the Balkans were, and my suspicion was confirmed when she asked, "Was Bacchus very different from here?" Yes. Mom cleared her throat from behind the camera, perhaps encouraging Great Uncle Stephen to be a little bit more forthcoming. But Olivia seemed genuinely interested. "Uncle Stephen," she asked, "what is your very worst memory from the army?" The old man crushed his cigarette in the ashtray and then slowly lifted himself from his chair. "I'll be back," he mumbled. The camera cut off. When the screen flashed back on, everything was the same, except Great Uncle Stephen had several pieces of paper in plastic sleeves laid atop all the crap sitting on his coffee table. One he held in his hand. "I was a kid when I enlisted," he said, looking at Olivia. "Your brother's age," he told her. Olivia nodded. "I never saw combat. Both of my deployments were to cities in Eastern Europe that had been destroyed by civil wars. Everything was a mess. I felt like a janitor, for fuck's sake." "Ahem!" Mom coughed. Great Uncle Stephen sighed and looked at his paper. "My unit was assigned to a school that had been obliterated by all the violence. Broken windows, caved-in rooms, and for some reason the part that got to me the most was that the school had been like this for years before we got there. No one had lifted a finger to fix it. I saw kids walk by it on the way to beg for money or whatever shit they did." "Bruce Nova, wow, thanks for the follow." The camera dipped towards the floor as I heard Mom whisper harshly at Great Uncle Stephen. I couldn't make out what she was saying, but it was hard to imagine. "Do you want to hear this goddamn story or not?" I heard him bark in response. "Then you better let me tell it how I want." "Mom," Olivia chimed, "please stop interrupting." "Are you presenting this in front of the class?" "No, Mom, we're just handing it in to the teacher." "I'm sure he's heard the word shit before." Great Uncle Stephen contributed helpfully. "I wasn't a he, as a matter of fact, but other than that, the statement was accurate." The camera was lifted, and after a couple blurry focus adjustments, the shot was the same as before. "Ah, I'm talking too much. Anyway," he grumbled. He lifted the piece of paper in his hand and close to his face. "If the basement I found this letter." I didn't know what it said, but I had a buddy of mine translate it, so I'm gonna read it now, and then I'll tell you what I saw in that basement. A chill ran down my spine. Mom zoomed in to Great Uncle Stephen and his letter. His palsied hands trembled as he held up the paper. This is what he read. "Dear Sir, I never loved my country. So many of these skirmishes are born from the patriotism, a power struggle for the shards of once great empire. But I do not care what name my home has on a map. This fighting is senseless, and I stay as far away from it as I can." It was not these attacks and disorganized violence that took the lives of my wife and child. It was illness. Mercifully, it had happened quickly for the baby. Nadia suffered for long. I watched in horror, knowing I could do nothing for them. My only solace is that I was there for them every step of the way. I stopped going to work one day, and no one came for me. I doubt they noticed I was gone. Since the school was simply across the field, visibly from my window, it would have been easy to go for a few hours each day and come home quickly to care for them. But what was the point? All I did was clean floors. I was as useless to the world as I was to my family. I tried to take Nadia to the hospital, but the journey was too long and taxing. I brought her home and she died that night. After Nadia and the baby were gone, well, I don't remember much. I didn't leave my hotel, barely ate and slept, thought many times of taking my own life. Tempting though it was, I felt paralyzed by my own helplessness. The one thing that kept me sane was my radio. I never turned it off once, even though I didn't listen to the words being said. In fact, the channel I got the clearest was in English, I think, which I don't speak a lick of, but the voices, the music, and the true knowledge that life existed beyond this violent city sustained me. I have no idea. Um, I have no idea how much time passed before I saw the light of day again. I was dizzy from hunger, so finding food was my priority. My radio came with me, of course. Since I first hold myself up, it has gone everywhere with me. It talks to me as I sleep and as I wake. I don't know what it's saying, but I know I would die without it. Once I had some water and food, it occurred to me that the only thing left to do was go back to work. So I did. The following morning, I simply returned to the school, where I was a janitor, and got back to work. Nobody made a big deal of it. Like I said, Nadia had been sick for a long time, and those who worked at the school knew it. I appreciate that no one pestered me to come back to work during the hardest days of my life. The teachers never said much to me, but we smiled at each other in the hallways, and the mutual respect was perhaps the reason I decided to come back at all. The The place had gone to the dogs without me, so I simply grabbed my broom and rags from my closet and set to cleaning. Everyone is grateful to have me back, I know, and the best part is that nobody minds the radio. I bring it with me everywhere, and I keep the volume low enough not to disturb the students. No one has ever complained. In fact, I suspect they like it. The schoolhouse is not very big, but it does require a lot of maintenance. The floors are always sticky and stained, so I spend most of my time mopping. Kids make messes. I guess that's why I'm still in business. Sometimes I have to move things around to make sure I get every spot on the floor beautiful and clean, but I take pride in that. And the repairs. The school always needs tune-ups here and there, and I'm happy to help. Some days I am reconstructing a desk that broke as I whistle along with the radio. Other days I handle more serious structural issues. Days when I have to work like this, I feel truly instrumental, like a clog in a larger machine. How could this school survive without me? It took me a long time, but once again, I feel that I have purpose. This is a larder behind the school that is full of preserved food. In lieu of payment, I'm allowed to take as much food as I need. That arrangement is fine. What would I do with money anyway? I used to bring the food back home to my I used to bring the food back to my home, just one field away from the school, but when I started sleeping in the basement, no one seemed to notice. This school is special to me, and I cannot leave it unguarded. When I am besieged with memories of my wife and baby, I turn up the volume of the radio to drown out the thoughts. It works for me every time, except this morning. Because this morning, I woke up to dead silence. I frantically examined the radio to see what happened. I honestly cannot tell you how many days in a row I've been using it. Did it simply live out its life and die naturally? I have spent the entire day trying to fix it. Most of this time, I've been crying. I am losing my mind without it. I have given myself until sundown. If I cannot fix it by then, I'm going to take my life. I'm writing this because the sunlight is starting to die, and I know what my fate shall be. I have thought about taking one last walk through through the halls of my school, saying goodbye to the students and teachers. I know I'll be missed, but I cannot bring myself to leave this room. I cannot go anywhere knowing that my radio is dead in here. There are no more tears in me. I feel now that I can't catch my breath. I vomited what little food I had in my stomach, and I am growing dizzy again, like I did after Nadia died. I am not too long for this world. But before I take my life, I have closed the door to this room and stuck a chair beneath the handle. It is the only room in the basement and has a small casement that lets it in just enough light for me to see what I'm doing. If no one is kind enough to come looking for me, they should not be met with this gruesome sight. Sorry, if anyone is kind enough to come looking for me, they should not be met with this gruesome sight. Perhaps they will see the door is blocked, smell my rotting body, or simply forget I ever existed. But I have placed both my radio and this note outside the door. Kind sir, if you are reading this, I have one humble request. Please fix it. Save my radio. It did not deserve to die in its sleep, and I am ashamed that I cannot revive it. Now, I am ready to join Nadia and little Ludmila in heaven. I hope this school can find another janitor who loves and cares for it as I do. The hour is now. Do not forget my radio. Stanislav. When Mom zoomed back out, Olivia had tears in her eyes. Thank you for sharing, Uncle Stephen. My mom said, her voice choked. I think we had enough. Wait, Olivia chirped. He said there was more. What did you find? Before Great Uncle Stephen could open his mouth, the image disappeared. My jaw dropped. Was that it? What did Great Uncle Stephen see? I promptly remembered that there was a second disc. This one was unmarked, but I hoped it contained the rest of the interview. There was no video, only audio. The voice that started up was Olivia's. Hi, Miss Garrity. I'm sorry about my mom, but she refused to record the rest of what my uncle was saying, but I asked him to continue and secretly recorded the story as a voice memo on my phone. I remember you said earlier this year that history is written by the people who win wars. She sucked in a breath and commenced crying. But everyone's history is important, even if they are sad, pathetic people, and even if they never won a single thing in their life. I haven't slept through the night since I finished this project, but you have to hear what my uncle has to say. There were tears in my eyes, too. The sincerity of her words was beautiful. I was so flattered that she had remembered some trite phrase I threw around because it was what my history teacher said to me. Before I had gotten too sappy over it, the audio began. Fine, came Mom's frustrated voice. If you want to tell her the rest of the story, fine. But this is not appropriate for a school subject. Let me finish, Great Uncle Stephen snapped. If it's too much for you, help yourself to a snack in the kitchen, but Olivia wants to know what happened. I heard her mother mumble something and walk away. Olivia and her uncle were alone. I imagined her looking at him expectantly. So did you find the radio, or did it get ruined when the school got blown up? He rasped, and I heard the distinct click of a lighter. That letter, he began slowly, had a date on it. What date? She inquired hungrily. It was dated 2 weeks before we started rebuilding the school. Didn't you say the school had been destroyed like 2 years ago? Yes, replied Great Uncle Stephen. It had been. There was a silence as I felt goosebumps on my arms. The images that came to my mind were almost overwhelming to express, but Great Uncle Stephen put them into words effortlessly. Clearly, he spent his whole life thinking about this. This man, this Stanislav, went to a vandalized, falling apart schoolhouse and cleaned up cleaned up blood and rubble like it was spilled drinks and dust. He smiled at dead bodies in the hallway and believed they were smiling back at him because they liked his radio. He moved around corpses so he could sweep the ground under them. The roof was half collapsed, so when it rained, he must have gotten soaking wet, but it was so oblivious that he didn't even feel a thing. I could hear Olivia crying steadily. I found the larder he was talking about. It was pickled, preserved food that probably tasted like shit. Most of the stuff was moldy. Did you see the dead body? Yes, hanging from the ceiling, but still amazingly lifelike. He wasn't rotting away. This hadn't happened years ago. Did he look
Do
peaceful?
not bark. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Sorry, I was talking to the dog.
You're good.
I thought I was muted. I'm so sorry.
You're okay, honey.
I was just telling the dog not to bark because I feel like she's about to start barking.
Did he?
Sorry about that.
It's okay.
Keep going.
Did he look peaceful? She asked, a chord of desperation in her voice. Couldn't tell you. The smell was frank, and his face was blue, and his eyes were bulging. Like this, I imagined him demonstrating. In the radio? Olivia wept. I heard great Uncle Stephen take a long drag of his cigarette. It was there all right, and it was still on. This was written by Christine O'Neill from Reddit.
Wow.
That was a long one.
Wow. That was something. That was I like that ending. I really like that ending.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
Yeah, that was a very I should have seen it coming, but I didn't see it coming. But I feel like I should have seen it.
Yeah, I didn't see where I was going either. I legitimately, because when he was talking about like being a janitor in a war-torn school, I'm like, why are there kids going there?
I mean, kids got to go to school.
I mean, do they?
Yeah, they do got to go to school, honey. I think kids still go to school in war zones.
I feel like that's probably not something that actually happens, but I could be wrong.
I mean, I don't know anything. I have never been in a war zone.
Oh, I've been in plenty.
You've been in a war zone?
Vietnam
When were
flashbacks.
you in a... My god. The 1,000-yard commie stare. Oh my god.
Did you want to go ahead and do yours?
Yeah, I figured that we'll just switch off. So I actually looked up something while you were reading.
Mm-hmm.
And I decided I'm not gonna do the other SCP stories except for one that I have up. I'm gonna read this Reddit thread from r/no sleep called "What is your favorite short creepypasta?"
Oh. Oh, that sounds fun.
Yes. And this first one is by Dalestrom. It was posted 13 years ago. Ooh, spooky number. Ooh. Okay. I've been lying down for hours now. It's 5:35 a.m. and there's not much I can do. You know what the worst part about my situation is? I'm in the same room with my parents. They keep looking at me, but I can't help but look back and try not to cry or scream. Their eyes are focused on me and their mouths are wide open. There's a strong scent of blood and I'm paralyzed with fear. Here's the thing. The second that I make any hint that I'm not asleep anymore, I'm completely fricked. I will die and there's nobody around to save me. I've been trying to think of a way out, but the only idea I have is to rush for my bedroom door, run outside the front door, and scream for help, hoping neighbors hear me. It's risky, but if I stay here, I'll surely die. He's waiting for me to wake up and see his masterpiece. You're probably wondering what's going on. I do get ahead of myself sometimes. About 3 hours ago, I heard screaming from the other side of the house. I got up and went to check on the noise, and I realized that I had to use the restroom. Instead of doing the smart thing and investigating, I used the bathroom first. I could have gotten myself killed right then for my stupid actions, but I actually did my business and took a peek outside the bathroom. There was blood on the carpet. I got very worried and ran back to my room and hid under my sheets, like the word for cat I was. I tried to convince myself to go back to sleep, that it was just some really vivid dream or something. I heard my bedroom door open. Like a terrified child I was, I peeked from under my blankets to see what was going on. I could see something dragging my dead parents into the room. Whatever it wasn't human, I can tell you that. It was hairless, with no eyes and no clothing. It walked like a caveman, with its back slouched as it dragged my parents. But this thing was much smarter than any caveman. It was aware of what it was doing. It propped my dad on the edge of the bed and made him face me. Then it sat my mother down in the chair and positioned her towards me as well. After that, it started rubbing its hands on the walls, staining them with blood, and then drew a circle with a pentagram in it. To finish it off, it scribbled a message on the wall that I couldn't read in the darkness. It then positions itself under my bed, waiting to strike. The scariest thing is now, my eyes have adjusted to the darkness since then, and I can read the message on the wall. I don't want to look at it because it's terrifying to think about, but I feel the need to see before I'm killed. I peek at the creature's masterpiece. I know you're awake. And that's it. That's the story. That's the story.
Spooky.
Yeah, very spooky. Yeah, it's very spooky. That's like a story that you read like on one of those like scary stories for kids sites. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? I used to read those stories so much as a kid. Like I've probably read that one a million times before.
Oh my gosh. So, I, when we did the like scholastic thing, the scholastic fair, um, I got one or maybe even more than one copy, or like more than like one volume of scary stories to tell in the dark. And I think I actually got two different like volumes of it. I used to love that.
I also had those. I had all the volumes of it.
I am not surprised by that whatsoever.
Uh, um, you want to know the story that scared me the most?
Mm-hmm.
The big toe story where the lady's like, "Oh, Bubby, please do not go to the door and don't do this, please. I'm begging you not to do this right now." I'm gonna keep going and acting like she's not about to bark her head off. The big toe story where the dude gets the whatever, the toe in the soup or whatever it is, and then the lady is like, "I'm at the bottom of the stairs, and now I'm in the middle of the stairs, and now I'm at the top of the stairs." And my bedroom as a kid was right in front of the staircase,
Mm,
and that story scared me so badly.
yeah, I bet.
Like it was pretty terrifying to me as a little child who like already had a cacophony of issues and didn't know any better that the stories weren't real.
Yeah, it's easy to conflate stories and reality.
Yeah, unfortunately it is. Okay, should I do another one since that was really short, or do you want to do one? I have another really short one.
We can do another short one.
Okay, let's see. I think I'm gonna do maybe this one. Okay, we're gonna do this one. This one is by Scuppy. Good name, fella. It was posted 13 years ago. Daddy, I had a bad dream. You blink your eyes and pull up on your elbows. Your clock glows red in the darkness. It's 3:23. Do you want to climb into bed and tell me about it? No, Daddy. The oddness of the situation wakes you up more fully. You can barely make out your daughter's pale form in the darkness of your room. Why not, sweetie? Because in my dream, when I told you about the dream, the thing wearing mommy's skin sat up. For a moment, you feel paralyzed. You can't take your eyes off your daughter. Then, the covers behind you begin to shift. Pretty spooky.
Oh,
Pretty spooky.
oh yeah, that's really
Yeah.
scary.
Yeah. Pretty spooky.
Leave it to a
Do you
kid
want...
though to be like, I'm not gonna tell you what's gonna happen because, and then immediately tells you what happens.
Well, there's also the creepypasta, the short creepypasta where the kids like um Daddy, look at how many fingers I'm holding up. I awake. It's 3 a.m. I look at my daughter's hand. She holds up 3 fingers. They are not hers.
I
I just completely like messed that up. Also, why is there football on Halloween?
don't know. That seems like a
I
weird
don't
choice.
Yeah, it seems like a very weird choice, but there are people downstairs cheering for football or baseball or whatever the heck they're watching on Halloween.
Yeah. Oh, I think it's baseball because
Oh, great.
football doesn't feel like a Tuesday night thing. It's
No, I'm
either
pretty sure it's
Friday night or
Monday,
Sunday night.
Thursday, and Sunday. But still, they're like so loud down there. Like crazy loud.
That's that's strange. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
it's okay. It's just weird. I just wanted to warn the chat that if you hear strange noises, they're not coming from my basement. They're not. I don't have a basement and I don't know what you're talking about.
That you can prove.
Also, we have a new follower. Bruce Nova 77. Hello. Thank you for the follow. Um, as your new follower, I have to iterate. We do not eat people here. We don't eat people here. That's the thing. I have to tell every single person that follows or comes into the stream. We don't eat people here. So don't start eating people. Okay?
Okay, but what if you already have?
If you already have, that's okay. If you're a reformed people eater, if you're a reformed people eater, that's okay. But in this chat, in this chat, we don't eat people. At least that we talk about.
That's
We
funny.
don't eat people. Just remember that. Keep that in mind. Whatever anyone tells you, it's a lie. We don't eat people here. Now take some bombs.
You heard the lady.
Yeah, we don't eat people here. Also, I have to admit something.
Yes.
I was bombing my chat the entire time that you were saying your story. And when it got to the bombing part, I was feeling really bad about it. And I
You're
stopped.
you're bombing? Oh. So like
I was dropping bombs on my chat. And and then you got to the part about the bombing and I was like, "Oh no. Oh no, 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 no,
Oh
no.
no. Yeah,
Oh
that's not
no.
oof. That's a big oof from me,
I'm
folks.
sorry. Please don't cancel me.
You're canceled.
Oh no. Okay, guess it's back to killing for me.
Um, this story is called The Tulpa. It's estimated 8 minutes of reading. Last year, I spent 6 months participating in what I was told was a psychological experiment. I found an ad in my local paper looking for imaginative people looking to make good money, and since it was the only ad that week that I was remotely qualified for, I gave them a call and arranged an interview. They told me that all I would have to do is stay in a room alone with sensors attached to my head to read my brain activity. And while I was there, I would visualize a double of myself. They called it my tulpa. It seemed easy enough, and I agreed to do it as soon as they told me how much I would be paid. And the next day, I began. They brought me to a simple room and gave me a bed, then attached sensors to my head and hooked them to a little black box on the table beside me. They talked to me throughout the process of visualizing my double again and explained that if I got bored or restless, instead of moving around, I should visualize my double moving around or try to interact with them and so on. The idea was to keep him with me the entire time I was in the room. I had trouble with it for the first few days. It was more controlled than any sort of daydreaming I'd done before. I'd imagine my double for a few minutes, then grow distracted, but by the fourth day, I could manage to keep him present for the entire 6 hours. They told me I was doing very well. The second week, they gave me a different room with wall mounted speakers. They told me that they wanted to see if I could still keep the topo with me in spite of distracting stimuli. The music was discordant, ugly, and unsettling, and it made the process a little bit more difficult, but I managed nonetheless. The next week, they played even more unsettling music, punctuated with shrieks, feedback loops, and um, what sounded like an old school modem dialing up and guttural voices speaking some foreign language. I just laughed it off. I was a pro by then. After about a month, I started to get bored. To liven things up, I started interacting with my doppelganger. We'd have conversations or play rock, paper, scissors, or I'd imagine him juggling or breakdancing or whatever caught my fancy. I asked the researchers if my foolishness would adversely affect their study, but they encouraged me. So we played and communicated, and that was fun for a while. And then it got a little strange. I was telling him about my first date one day, and he corrected me. I'd said my date was wearing a yellow top, and he told me it was a green one. I thought about it for a second and realized he was right. It creeped me out, and after my shift that day, I talked to the research about it. You're using the thought form to access your subconscious, they explained. You knew on some level that you were wrong, and you subconsciously corrected yourself. Um, what had been creepy was suddenly cool. I was talking to my subconscious. It took some practice, but I found that I could question my tulpa and access all sorts of memories. I can make it quote a whole page of books I'd read once years before, or things I was taught and immediately forgot in high school. It was awesome. That was around the time I started calling up my double outside of the research center. Not often at first, but I was so used to imagining him by now that it almost seemed odd to not see him. So whenever I was bored, I'd visualize my double. Eventually, I started doing it almost all the time. It was amusing to take him along like an invisible friend. I imagined him when I was hanging out with friends or visiting my mom. I even brought him along on a date once. I didn't need to speak aloud to him, so I was able to carry out conversations with him, and no one was the wiser. I know that sounds strange, but it was fun. Not only was he walking repository of everything I knew and everything I had forgotten, but he also seemed more in touch with me than I did at times. He had an uncanny grasp of the minutiae of body language that I didn't even realize I was picking up on. For example, I thought the day I brought him along on was going badly, but he pointed out how she was laughing a little too hard at my jokes and leaning towards me as I spoke, and a bunch of other subtle clues I wasn't consciously picking up on. Um, I completely understand not picking up on clues. um, I listened, and let's just say that uh, that date went very well. By the time I'd been at the research center for 4 months, he was with me constantly. The researchers approached me one day after my shift and asked if I had stopped visualizing him. I denied it, and they seemed pleased. I silently asked my double if he knew what prompted that, but he just shrugged it off. So did I. I withdrew a little from the world at that point. I was having trouble relating to people. It seemed to me that they were so confused and unsure of themselves, while I had a manifestation of myself to confer with. It made socializing awkward. Nobody else seemed aware of my reasons for behind their actions, why some things made them mad and others made them laugh. They didn't know what moved them, but I did. Or at least I could ask myself and get the answer. A friend confronted me one evening. He pounded at the door until I answered and came in fuming and swearing up a storm. You haven't answered when I called you. You haven't answered when I called you in fucking weeks, you dick, he yelled. What's your fucking problem? I was about to apologize to him and probably would have offered it hit the bars with him that night, but my tulpa grew suddenly furious. Hit him, it said, and before I knew what I was doing, I had. I heard I heard his nose break. He fell to the floor and came up swinging, and we beat each other up and down my apartment. I was more furious than I was more furious than I have ever been. I was more furious than I had ever been, and I was not merciful. I knocked him out to the ground and gave him two savage kicks to the ribs, and That was when he fled, hunched over and sobbing. The police were by a few minutes later, but I told them he had been an instigator, and since he wasn't around to refute me, they let me off with a warning. My tulpa was grinning the entire time. We spent the night crowing about my victory and sneering over how badly I'd beaten my friend. It wasn't until the next morning when I was checking out my black eye and cut lip in the mirror that I remembered what had set me off. My double was the one who'd grown furious, not me. I'd been feeling guilty and a little ashamed, but he'd goaded me into a vicious fight with a concerned friend. He was present, of course, and knew my thoughts. You don't need him anymore. You don't need anyone else, he told me, and I felt my skin crawl. I explained all this to the researchers who employed me, but they just laughed it off. You can't be scared of something that you're imagining, one told me. My double stood beside him and nodded his head, then smirked at me. I tried to take their words to heart, but over the next few days, I found myself growing more and more anxious around my tulpa, and it seemed that he was changing. He looked taller and more menacing. His eyes twinkled with mischief, and I saw malice in his constant smile. No job was worth losing my mind over, I decided. If he was out of control, I'd put him down. I was so used to him at this point that visualizing him was an automatic process, so I started trying my damnedest to not visualize him. It took a few days, but it started to work somewhat. I could get rid of him for hours at a time, but every time he came back, he seemed worse. His skin seemed ashen, his teeth more pointed. He hissed and gibbered and threatened and swore. The discordant music I'd been listening to for months seemed to accompany him everywhere, even when I was at home. I'd relax and slip up, no longer concentrating on not seeing him, and there he had been, and that howling noise with him. I was still visiting the research center and spending my 6 hours there. I needed the money, and I thought they weren't aware that I was now actively not visualizing my tulpa. I was wrong. After my shift one day, about 5.5 months in, two impressive men grabbed and restrained me, and someone in a lab coat jabbed a hypodermic needle into me. I woke up from my stupor back in my room, strapped to the bed, music blaring with my doppelganger standing over me, cackling. He hardly looked human anymore. His features were twisted. His eyes were sunken in their sockets and filmed over like a corpse's. And he was much taller than me, but hunched over. His hands were twisted and the fingernails were like talons. He was, in short, fucking terrifying. I tried to will him away, but just couldn't seem to concentrate. He giggled and tapped the IV in my arm. I thrashed in my restraints as best I could, but I could hardly move at all. They're pumping you full of the good shit, I think. How's the mind? All fuzzy? He leaned closer and closer as he spoke. I gagged. His breath smelled like spoiled meat. I tried to focus, but I couldn't banish him. The next few weeks were terrible. Every so often, someone in a doctor's coat would come in and inject me with something or force feed me a pill. They kept me dizzy and unfocused, and sometimes left me hallucinating or delusional. My thought form was still present, constantly mocking me. He interacted with me, or perhaps caused my delusions. I hallucinated that my mother was there scolding me, and then he cut her throat, and her blood showered me. It was so real that I could taste it. The doctors never spoke to me. I begged at times, screamed, hurled invectives, demanded answers. They never spoke to me. They may have talked to my tulpa, my personal monster, I'm not sure. I was so doped and confused that it may have been just more delusion, but I remember them talking with him. I grew convinced that he was the real one, and I was the thought form. He encouraged that line of thought at times, mocked me at others. Another thing that I pray was a delusion. He could touch me. More than that, he could hurt me. He'd poke and prod at me and felt like I wasn't paying enough attention to him. Once he grabbed my testicles and squeezed until I told him I loved him. Another time he slashed my forearm with one of his talons. I still have a scar. Most days I can convince myself that I injured myself, and most hallucinated that he was responsible most days. Then one day, while he was telling me a story about how he was going to gut everyone I loved, starting with my sister, he paused. A curious look crossed his face, and reached out and touched my head, like my mother used to when I was feverish. He stayed still for a long moment and then smiled. All thoughts are creative, he told me. Then he walked out the door. 3 hours later, I was given an injection and passed out. I awoke unrestrained, shaking. I made my way to the door and found it unlocked. I walked out into the empty hallway and then ran. I stumbled more than once, but I made it down the stairs and out into the lot behind the building. There, I collapsed, weeping like a child. I knew I had to keep moving, but I couldn't manage it. I got home eventually. I don't remember how. I locked the door and shoved a dresser against it, took a long shower, and slept for a day and a half. No one came for me that night, and no one came for me the next day, or the one after that. It was over. I'd spent a week locked in that room, but it had felt like a century. I'd withdrawn so much from my life beforehand that nobody had even known I was missing. The police didn't find anything. The research center was empty when they searched it. The paper trail fell apart. The names I'd given them were aliases. Even the money I'd received was apparently untraceable. I recovered as much as one can. I don't leave the house much, and I have panic attacks when I do. I cry a lot. I don't sleep much, and my nightmares are terrible. It's over, I tell myself. I survived. I use the concentration those bastards taught me to convince myself. It works, sometimes. Not today, though. 3 days ago, I got a phone call from my mother. There's been a tragedy. My sister's the latest victim in a spree of killings, the police say. The perpetrator mugs his victims, then guts them. The funeral was this afternoon. It was as lovely as a service as a funeral can be, I suppose. It, I was a little distracted, though. All I could hear was music coming from somewhere distant, discordant, unsettling stuff. That sounds like feedback and shrieking and a modem dialing up. I hear it still, a little louder now.
Wow. Wow. That one was okay.
That was a good one.
Tulpas, the thing about tulpas has always kind of freaked me out. Um because okay, so there's a YouTuber I watch. His name is Scare Theater. He's a very good YouTuber. I recommend him to everyone in the chat. Everyone in the chat should watch him because he is amazing. But he actually had an experience with tulpas.
What is a tulpa?
A tulpa is basically like an imaginary friend, but you kind of make it as an adult. And there's this whole it's a kind of like
It
a
turns
Native
real?
American. It's kind of like a Native American thing. I can't speak like too much. I'm not too knowledgeable on it, but I think it's like a native story mostly. That falls in line with like the words we're not supposed to say because it'll accidentally summon them.
Oh, okay,
I know
gotcha.
better than that. I don't want to summon myself. I mean, what? Um, anyway, it's part of like that kind of like story. But this YouTuber Scare Theater apparently he had a video on tulpas, and I believe it's still up, but he talked about how he made a tulpa and but his tulpa wasn't a double of himself. His tulpa was like I think he said it was Slender Man. I think that that's what he talked about, that he accidentally made a tulpa of Slender Man. And so he'd randomly see Slender Man, like, just hanging out in his house. Isn't
That
that weird?
that is, yeah, very
That,
scary.
yeah, that's crazy to think about. Also, hello, Jamori Crocus. Welcome to the stream. As per usual, I will have to tell you our stream rules. One rule, we don't eat people here.
Definitely
That's
not a
it.
thing that happens.
No, and don't ask about the hikers from 1983. Nothing happened to those hikers. Dang. Sorry, there's been too much people eating, and I have to make it a rule. I have to put my foot down. No people eating while in chat, unfortunately. Um, you're allowed to eat people after chat,
Just don't
and I
tell us.
will. So by people, do you mean living? Um, that's a good question. What do you think, baby? Do we allow people to, or chatters to eat dead people since they're
Uh,
no longer living?
I do not condone people eating of any kind.
Yeah,
You,
but that's because you're a goody two shoes goddess.
I am.
It's real bunny slash spirit inhabiting a bunny body. I mean, what hours here? It's real people eating hours here.
That kind of reminds me of a TikTok that I've seen, or like a series of TikToks, where there's this guy named Jimothy, and you know what I'm talking about? The the devil goes to Jimothy for ideas.
Yeah, Jimothy. Oh my God, Jimothy. That's such a funny name. Jimothy. So many bunnies. Yeah, we have a lot of bunnies. The bunpocalypse is upon us.
I
Dog.
I'm not a bunny.
Dog, please don't lay down. She almost just laid down on my phone.
Oh no.
I love her so much, but she's certified dork. Certified dork. Um, yeah, so tulpas. Basically like imaginary friends for adults. It's
But
kind of just like a story,
but they're
but
but they're real. They're real imaginary friends.
they're real in the way that your mind, I think, can trick you into believing anything is true. And so if you believe that you have this thing, then your mind is gonna find ways to make this thing happen.
Mm,
It's kind of like a placebo effect.
mm-hmm.
Tapa or tulpa? It's tulpa. Tulpa. Tulpa.
I believe
Kind of like
tapas
a city in
is
Arizona.
I believe that tapas is a like some sort of Mexican snack. It's like a dip, I believe.
It's like an appetizer.
Yeah.
Okay, that was a really good story. I love your voice so much. It is so calming. It
Thank
is
you.
slowly putting me to sleep.
Oh no, don't go to sleep.
I'm not gonna go to sleep. I don't want to dream of, ooh, spooky tulpas, ooh. Oh God. As I said that, my lights went out.
Oh no.
I don't like that. It's fine.
Charlotte
Okay.
Isley, thank you for the follow. Welcome in.
Today, or next story, is that okay, darling, if I
Yeah,
go
of
on the next
course.
story? Okay, next story is an oldie but a goodie. This was one of my favorites when I was a teenager. This one is called wait, I gotta zoom in a little bit. This one is called Candle Cove. Alright, let's start the story, shall we? This is by Odin Dog, but I don't actually believe it's by him. I believe it's very, very much older. It's way older than 13 years old, I know that much. Alright. Skyshill 033. Subject: Candle Cove Local Kids Show. Does anyone remember this kids show? It was called Candle Cove, and I must have been 6 or 7. I never found reference to it anywhere, so I think it was on a local station around 1971 or 1972. I lived in Ironton at the time. I don't remember which station, but I do remember it was on at a weird time, like 4 p.m. Mike Painter, 65. Subject: Candle Cove Local Kids Show. It seems really familiar to me. I grew up outside of Ashland and was 9 years old in 72. Candle Cove, was it about pirates? I remember a pirate marionette at the mouth cave talking to a little girl. Sky Shale 033. Subject: Candle Cove Local Kids Show? Yes, okay. I'm not crazy. I remember Pirate Percy. I was always kind of scared of him. He looked like he was built from parts of other dolls. Real low budget. His head was a old porcelain baby doll. Looked like an antique that didn't belong on the body. I don't remember what station this was. I don't think it was WTSF, though. Jaren, 2005. Subject. Candle Cove Local Kids Show? Sorry to resurrect this old thread, but I know exactly what show you mean, Skyshale. I think Candle Cove only ran for a few months in 71, not 72. I was 12, and I watched it a few times with my brother. It was Channel 58, whatever station that was. My mom would let me switch it on after the news. Let me see what I remember. It took place in Candle Cove, and was about a little girl who imagined herself to be friends with pirates. The pirate ship was called Laughingstock, and Pirate Percy wasn't a very good pirate because he got scared too easily, and there was calliope music constantly playing. Don't remember the girl's name. Janice or Jade or something? I think it was Janice. Skyshale033. Subject. Oh my god, the people downstairs are being so loud. I don't know if you guys can hear them. Sorry for pausing. They're being so dang loud right now. Sorry for pausing. Skyshield033. Subject. Candle Cove Local Kids Show. Thank you, Jaren. Memories flooded back when you mentioned the laughing stock in Channel 58. I remember the bow of the ship was a wooden smiling face, with the lower jaw submerged. It looked like it was swallowing the sea, and it had that awful Ed Wynn voice and laugh. I especially remember how jarring it was when they switched from the wooden/plastic model to the foam puppet version of the head that talked. Mike Painter, 65. Subject, Candle Cove Local Kids Show? I remember now, too. Do you remember this part, Skyshale? You have to go inside. Skyshale033. Subject, Candle Cove Local Kids Show? Ugh, Mike, I got a chill reading that. Yes, I remember. That's what the ship always told Percy when there was a spooky place he had to go in, like a cave or a dark room where the treasure was. And the camera would push in on Laughingstock's face with each pause. You have to go inside. With his two eyes askew, on that flopping foam jaw, on that fishing line that opened and closed it. Ugh, he looked so cheap and awful. You guys remember the villain? He had a face that was just a handlebar mustache above really tall, narrow teeth. Kevin Hart. Subject, Candle Cove Local Kids Show? I honestly thought the villain was Pirate Percy. I was about 5 when the show was on. Nightmare Fuel. Jaren, 2005. Subject, Candle Cove Local Kids Show? That wasn't the villain, the puppet with the mustache. That was the villain's sidekick, Horace Horrible. He had a monocle too, but it was on top of the mustache. I used to think that meant he had only one eye. But yeah, the main villain was another marionette, the Skin Taker. I can't believe what they let us watch back then. Kevin Hart. Subject, Candle Cove Local Kids Show? Jesus H. Christ, the Skin Taker. What kind of kids show were we watching? I seriously could not look at the screen when the Skin Taker showed up. He just descended out of nowhere on his strings, just a dirty skeleton wearing that brown top hat and cape, and his glass eyes that were just too big for his skull. Christ almighty. Skyshale033. Subject, Candle Candle Cove Local Kids Show? Wasn't his top hat and cloak all sewn up crazily? Was that supposed to be children's skin? Mike Painter, 65. Subject, Candle Cove Local Kids Show? Yeah, I think so. Remember his mouth didn't open and close? His jaw just slid back and forth. I remember the little girl said, "Why does your mouth move like that?" And the skin taker didn't look at the girl, but at the camera and said, "To grind your skin." Skyshale033. Subject, Candle Cove Local Kids Show? I'm so relieved that other people remember the show. I used to have this awful memory, a bad dream I had where the opening jingle ended, the show faded in from black, and all the characters were there, but the camera was just cutting to each of their faces, and they were just screaming, and the puppets and marionettes were flailing spastically, and all screaming. The girl was just moaning and crying, like she had been through hours of this. I woke up many times from that nightmare. I used to wet the bed when I had it. Kevin Hart, subject, Candle Cove Local Kids Show? I don't think that was a dream. I remember that. I remembered that was an episode. Skyshale033, subject, Candle Cove local kids show? No, 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 not possible. There was no plot or anything. I mean, literally just standing in place, crying and screaming for the whole show. Kevin Hart, subject, Candle Cove local kids show? Maybe I'm manufacturing the memory because you said that, but I swear to God, I remember seeing what you described. They just screamed. Jaren, 2005, subject, Candle Cove local kids show? Oh God, yes, that little girl, Janice. I remember seeing her shake, and the skin taker screaming through his gnashing teeth, his jaw careening so wildly, I thought it would come off its wire hinges. I turned it off, it was the last time I watched. I ran to tell my brother, and we didn't have the courage to turn it back on. Mike Painter, 65, subject, Candle Cove local kids show? I visited my mom today at the nursing home. I asked her about when I was little in the early 70s, when I was 8 or 9, if she remembered a kids show, Candle Cove. She said she was surprised I could remember it, and I asked why. And she said, because I used to think it was so strange that you said, I'm gonna go watch Candle Cove now, Mom. And then you would tune the TV to static and just watch dead air for 30 minutes. You had a big imagination with your little pirate show. And that's it. That's the story. That is Candle Cove.
Oh my gosh.
I know. It's so creepy, right?
That is really creepy.
Yeah, it's terrifying. Um, and there's actually a whole like when this thing was came out. I've been really into horror since I was a kid, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And when this story like first made the rounds on the internet, it was like people were debating whether or not it was real. Like there was whole discussions and YouTube videos and things that you wouldn't believe about people going over like was this a real thing? Because this story happened on forums.
Okay.
It wasn't written like this. It basically wasn't written like okay, so this is written like in text with every, you know, username being a different character.
Yeah.
This whole story was written with these accounts on a forum.
Oh, that makes sense.
Like a real forum.
It gave like Reddit forum kind of
Yeah,
vibes.
it was just like an early 2000s forum that all these people posted on with these stories about Candle Cove. And yeah, when it first came out, the internet was like a buzz with is this thing real? I remember that. I was there.
I
Little 10-year-old me was there.
I remember I feel like I've heard about buzz about a show that may or may not have existed,
Yeah,
but
it's like it's that one, I believe.
that's so wild.
Yeah. It's just it's a creepypasta. It's not true. But when it came
Is
out in
it?
the early 2000s, well, it's debatable. How about that? It's debatable. It's debatable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's debatable.
Maybe it was true. Maybe
Yeah.
maybe
And
that uh,
yeah, sorry, go ahead.
no, you're okay. We keep talking at the same time.
One
Um,
brain cell.
yeah, it's the brain cell.
It
Maybe
just
the
it
show
just hit the
was real.
corner.
Maybe it actually aired.
I mean, it's totally possible that it did because there's just stuff about like I just remembered stuff coming out about it and like so many videos. Actually, I'm pretty sure Scare Theater, the guy I was talking about earlier, even made a video on this discussing it.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I'll definitely have to look into him. But
Yeah. Yeah, it's insane. Okay, love. Your turn.
okay. This is the last
I
one
love
that
you.
I love you too. This is the last one that I have picked out. It is called My father punished me when I talked to ghosts. I've been blind since birth. As I grew up, everything was described to me in such vivid detail that I didn't even realize why it was important to see, especially having no reference point to compare it to. We lived in a single floor ranch house. That's what father told me. In my mind, of course, I could see, although unlike how a sighted person could, I had spatial awareness. I knew where my bedroom was, where the bathroom, living room, and kitchen were. Each wall had its own texture. I don't know, um, sorry, I don't know if that was done on purpose or if I could feel things others never noticed. I rarely fell over. Only if father or one of the visitors put something somewhere they shouldn't have. It was usually the visitors, and father would shout. They visited infrequently and only briefly when they did. Father said I shouldn't speak to them, that it was unsettling him. We'd, he'd worried, uh, he'd worry when I saw something he didn't, saw it with my ears or by touch. Ellie was the first. She seemed very sweet. She asked me my name and why my face was so messed up. She was in the living room. I could hear where she sat from her breaths, her harsh nasal sounds as if her nose was blocked. When my father had a cold, he'd always breathe through his mouth, big labored breaths as he wasn't used to it. When people mentioned my face, I always touched it, trying to work out why it was so strange to them. When I asked if I could touch theirs, there was always a pause. I guess sighted people never did that. Why would they need to? When I asked Ellie if I could touch her face, she reluctantly agreed, but moments later, father entered the room and asked me who I was speaking to. I told him nobody. He would always punish me when I spoke about them. I think it scared him. He'd take my arm and march me off. I'd be knocked off balance and disoriented to the point where when he finally set me down, my hands would frantically search my surroundings until I knew where I was. It was usually my bedroom, though every now and then he'd leave me outside in the middle of nowhere. That was the worst. I would always be lost and scared. He told me about the road that ran in front of the house and explained that the sounds I heard were cars, that they would kill me if they touched me. Those sounds were my only means of recognizing my surroundings. I waited until I heard one and then knew which way to run back to the house. I heard Ellie that evening. She whispered to me, saying she was scared. I whispered back, but she didn't hear me. I asked father about Ellie. He didn't want to talk about her. I asked him why. He didn't reply. When I told him that she asked about my face, he asked how I responded. I told him I wanted to touch hers. He laughed, though I knew he wasn't happy. I could hear the difference. When you laugh for pleasure, your mouth is wide open. When you pretend, your mouth is almost closed. To me, the difference is obvious. It wasn't until I was older, that he explained. He said we lived in a special place connected to the other world, that sometimes dead people slipped through, people who died in pain and wanted to reach the living. He explained that because I couldn't see, I was able to tune into that they knew I was listening when others weren't. He said I had to ignore it. Otherwise, he told me, they'd latch on and never leave me. All the dead want is to be alive again, he said. It was dangerous and they would trick me. He said he knew how to deal with them, but he couldn't help if they became attached to me. Alex appeared to me a few years later. She told me she was lost and didn't know where she was. I told her I wasn't allowed to speak to her. Still, she pleaded for help. I kept quiet, knowing what would happen if I said anything. Did you speak to them? Father asked. Though I was upset, I told him no. I wish I could help her. I knew what it was like to be lost, and it scared me. Alex didn't whisper to me at all. I'd ignored her and she ignored me. Father saved me and I was thankful. After Alex, I knew what I needed to do, so I did it. The spirit stopped bothering me after that for a very long time. That was until Sarah appeared. Sarah didn't give me a chance to be quiet. I was on my own, sitting in the living room and listening to the television. "Help," she said. "I need to find a way out." I stayed silent. "You can hear me, can't you?" she asked, surprised. "I'm not allowed to speak to you," I told her. "Please," she begged. "I'm scared. I'm lost. I want to see my daddy." I gripped the arms of the chair and told her I wasn't allowed. "He's dead," she said. I didn't answer. "Your father is dead," she said again. I wasn't going to fall for it. I heard banging from around the room as things began to fly and the shelves began to shake. "Stop it!" I shouted, and it did. "Please help me leave," she said. I wasn't going to talk to her. I did the only thing I thought would help. I unlocked the front door, hoping she'd run out and get lost, just like I would do. Then I heard from her no more. I locked the door and sat back down. I listened intently for any signs she was still there. Except for the sounds of the TV, it was silent. I hated when my heart raced. I became all too aware of the tick-tock feeling of the rise and fall within my chest, like it was about to explode. When I heard my father's voice, I screamed. "Son," he said, "I need your help. I think I'm dying." I did what he told me to do. I didn't speak. If he did die, he'd never leave me. Instead, I raced out into the open air and shouted for help. I shouted until my voice was hoarse. I heard the sounds of cars racing along the road in front of my house. I shouted until I heard someone respond. It was a woman. "What's wrong?" they said. I told them I think my father is dying. They asked what had happened to my face. I pleaded with them to help me, and they promised they would. I sat down on the grass and waited. Sometime later, the woman returned to me and asked if she could hold my hand. "I'm so sorry," she told me. I heard the sounds of sirens and the people rushing. I asked what was going on. The woman said she was there for me. As the noise died down, a man asked me a question. "I'm a paramedic," he said. "What happened to your face?" I told him I was fine. He asked if I was sure. I told him I was. He asked if I minded him touching my face. I said it was okay. A moment later, I felt a pressure release from around my forehead, and the air felt cold against my skin. It sounded as if he were peeling an orange. I imagined that in my head and worried he'd exposed my insides. I screamed and asked what he was doing. He told me everything was going to be okay, and the woman squeezed my hand, telling me to be brave. I didn't know that what it was I was experiencing. I felt a tight pain within my head, and then when you smash your shin against something hard, followed by something I've come to understand as bright. It hurt so much. I began to cry. "What happened to your eyes?" the paramedic asked. I said I was blind. He asked to check them. The pain returned when he examined them. "Do you know him?" the man asked the woman who had helped me. She told him that I had been screaming for help and that she had come to my aid, but that she had never met me before. "How long have you had your eye injury?" he asked me. I told him I'd been blind since birth. He asked me if I could see his fingers. I told him no. He asked if I could open my eyes. I said I didn't know what he meant. He asked if he could open them for me. I didn't respond. Then I felt his fingers on my face, fingers covered in something rubbery. Suddenly, it became bright again. I screamed. He tried to calm me down. The woman squeezed my hand again. I didn't know what was happening. Things I couldn't describe came to me. It was like it always was, but multiplied 100-fold and so much more real. I carried on screaming as a fuzzy form came into view. "Just breathe, okay?" The paramedic said, "Everything will be fine now. When was the last time you saw?" As my heart began to calm and my breathing slowed, I became distracted by what I was experiencing. It overwhelmed me. I wanted to cry, and I did. "How long has it been?" he asked again. "I've never seen anything before," I told him. I was told to keep my eye mask on for most of the day, only taking it off at night at first to allow my eyes time to adjust. At the same time, I was placed into custody of my aunt and uncle and didn't even know it at first. They were shocked at what happened to me and that I had never attended school. The past few years have been a roller coaster ride. The doctor said I may never have perfect vision, though what little I have is a godsend, and I'll take what I can get. I've only recently been learning to read and write, so I apologize if my English isn't the greatest. It's the best I can do. I've been asking my aunt what happened to my father, but all she says is that he died of a heart attack. She says he was her brother and she'll love him no matter what. My uncle doesn't want to about him at all. I've been using the computer a lot recently and really enjoying the internet. I can't believe such a thing exists. After being so lonely for so long, I can talk to whoever I want. And when I want, though I am wary of that. After all, how do I know if who I'm speaking to is alive? No one seems to share my father's concerns about that. Today, I was on a forum discussing the spirit world. I was so happy to find people who I could relate to, and someone curious about my username sent me a link to an article on a true crime website. It was about my father and mentioned me by name. They asked uh, they asked me who I was and if I was the same person. According to the article, my mother had gone missing soon after my birth. It said I'd been bound so that I couldn't see uh, that my uh, that my father always wanted a daughter. They found 14 bodies in the basement. They said one got away, a girl by the name of Sarah Frank. She was the one to call the police. They found father's car parked around the back of the house. They supposed he carried his victims into the basement via the storm entrance and left them there. Sarah had managed to get away after she agreed to be his daughter following 4 days of sustained torture. She stabbed him with a knife he had placed on the counter to butter some toast. I didn't want to believe it, and I am not sure I would have if it weren't for the names of the victims, two of which stuck out: Ellie Farmer and Alex Riddle. I'd spoken to both of them in the living room. To this day, I wonder if my father had been honest with me about a single thing in his life. Throughout it all, one question remains above all others. Did I speak to Ellie and Alex before or after he killed them?
Oh my god.
That that was a trip.
Oh my god.
What? What the actual hell?
What was that? I'm sorry for laughing. What was that?
So he bound her head so that she couldn't see,
Yeah,
oh,
I get that.
and
That's
then
crazy.
murdered people and told her that they were ghosts.
Hmm. That is crazy. That's
Yeah.
crazy cakes. Jamori Circus, or sorry, Circus, Crocus says, reminds me of a story. Um, we do allow links in the chat, or if you just want to tell me the name, I can look it up. That story was crazy. Oh my gosh. Hi, puppy. Bubby's angry.
Oh no. Probably.
um, poor Bubby. Well, it's a book I read it in school. Yeah, that was she just knocked over my work bag. It's fine. Yeah. Um. Yeah. That's all I can say about that story. Just wow. Wow. Just dang.
Yeah.
Okay, that was your last story you said?
Yeah, that was my last one, and my phone's dying, so I have to plug it in anyway.
Okay. Can you plug your phone in and then we can resume
Yeah, I already plugged
story
it
time?
in.
Okay, cool. I have, sorry, I have two stories.
Okay.
They're both pretty short. One is like 2 minutes, and one is it'll be like maybe 8 minutes long. The first story is called The Trap. In Berlin, after World War II, money was short, supplies were tight, and it seemed like everyone was hungry. At that time, people were telling the tale of a young woman who saw a blind man picking his way through a crowd. The two started to talk. The man asked her for a favor. Could she deliver the letter to the address in the envelope? Well, it was on her way home, so she agreed. She started out to deliver the message when she turned around to see if there was anything else the blind man needed, but she spotted him hurrying through the crowd without his smoked glasses or white cane. She was naturally suspicious, so she went to the police. When the police paid a visit to the address on the envelope, they made a gruesome discovery. 3 butchers had been harvesting human flesh and selling it to the starving people. And what was in the envelope the man gave to the woman? A note saying simply, "This is the last one I am sending you today." Yeah,
So she, she,
she
she.
survived. She lived. No worries, she lived.
Oh, good. Did
It's
you,
if other people didn't, but
did you die? Sadly, yes, but I lived.
oh, it's a really good thing that people haven't found the butcher where I get my bodies from. That's a joke. I hunt my own people. uh, we love jokes here.
Yeah, jokes.
We love jokes here.
I'm bl
Um,
I'm definitely not blinking really, really, really fast because I'm in danger.
I try to get the waiter's attention by blinking in Morse code. Why are you blinking so much? I've got something in my eye. Do jackalopes eat people? I'm not a jackalope. These are clip-ons. They're not real antlers. They definitely didn't sprout from my head as I possess this body like they do every single body that I possess. They're actually clip-ons. They come off, and they're definitely not eye stalks either. That's an important distinction. Not eye stalks either. Close enough. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. I'm close enough to jackalopes. Although jackalopes are hares, and hares are actually more feral than bunnies are. And I'm not feral.
I beg to differ.
I'm not feral. I don't know what you're talking about. You just you just see like foam come out of my mouth. I'm not feral.
That's funny.
I'm just rabid. Are you as mad as a March hare? I'm not mad. I'm normal.
We're
I'm
all
normal.
mad down here.
Yeah, we all go a little mad sometimes. Ghost face wipe. Okay, final story for the night, everyone. Make sure you're tucked in and ready to go to sleep. To this, one of the oldest internet stories, I believe. I'm not really sure if this is the right version of the rake. It could be, it could not be. There's so many versions of the rake story, I'm honestly not sure. I'm just getting the one off of Creepypasta Wikia. Alright, the rake. During the summer of 2003, events in the northeastern United States involving a strange, human-like creature sparked brief local media interest before an apparent blackout was enacted. Little or no information was left intact, as most online and written accounts of the creature were mysteriously destroyed. Primarily focused in rural New York State and once found in Idaho, self-proclaimed witnesses told stories of their encounter with a creature of unknown origin. Emotions ranged from extremely traumatic levels of fright and discomfort to an almost childlike sense of playfulness and curiosity. While their published versions are no longer on record, the memories remained powerful. Several of the involved parties began looking for answers that year. In early 2006, the collaboration had accumulated nearly 2 dozen documents dating between the 12th century and present day, spanning 4 continents. In almost all cases, the stories were identical. I've been in contact with a member of this group and was able to get some excerpts from their upcoming book, A Suicide Note, 1964. As I prepare to take my life, I feel it necessary to assuage any guilt or pain I've introduced through this act. It is not the fault of anyone other than him. For once I awoke and felt his presence, and once I awoke and saw his form. Once again I awoke and I heard his voice and looked into his eyes. I cannot sleep without fear of what I might next awake to experience. I cannot ever wake. Goodbye. Found in the same wooden box were 2 empty envelopes addressed to William and Rose, and one personal, loose letter with no envelope. Dearest Linny, I have prayed for you. He spoke your name. A journal entry, translated from Spanish, 1880. I have experienced the greatest terror. I have experienced the greatest terror. I have experienced the greatest terror. I see his eyes when I closed mine. They are hollow, black. They saw me and pierced me. His wet hand. I will not sleep. His voice. Unintelligible text. A Mariner's Log, 1691. He came to me in my sleep. From the foot of my bed I felt a sensation. He took everything. We must return to England. We shall not return here again at the request of the rake. From a witness, 2006. 3 years ago, I had just returned from a trip from Niagara Falls with my family for the 4th of July. We were all very exhausted after a long day of driving, so my husband and I put the kids right to bed and called it a night. At about 4 a.m., I woke up thinking my husband had gotten up to use the restroom. I used the moment to steal back the sheets, only to wake him in the process. I apologized and told him I thought he got out of bed. When he turned to face me, he gasped and pulled his feet up from the end of the bed so quickly his knee almost knocked me out of the bed. He then grabbed me and said nothing. After adjusting to the dark for a half second, I was able to see what caused the strange reaction. At the foot of my bed, sitting and facing away from us, there was what appeared to be a naked man, or a large, hairless dog of some sort. Its body position was disturbing and unnatural, as if it had been hit by a car or something. For some reason, I was not instantly frightened by it, but more concerned as to its condition. At this point, I was somewhat under the assumption that we were supposed to help him. My husband was peering over his arm and knee, tucked into the fetal position, occasionally glancing at me before returning to the creature. In a flurry of motion, the creature scrambled around the side of the bed, and then crawled quickly in a flailing sort of motion right along the bed until it was less than a foot from my husband's face. The creature was completely silent for about 30 seconds, or probably closer to 5, it just seemed like a while, just looking at my husband. The creature then placed its hand on his knee and ran into the hallway, leading to the kids' rooms. I screamed and ran for the light switch, planning to stop him before he hurt my children. When I got to the hallway, the light from the bedroom was enough to see it crouching and hunched over about 20 feet away. He turned around and looked directly at me, covered in blood. I flipped the switch on the wall and saw my daughter Clara. The creature ran down the stairs while my husband and I rushed to help our daughter. She was very badly injured and spoke only once more in her short life. She said, "He is the rake." My husband drove his car into a lake that night while rushing our daughter to the hospital. They did not survive. Being a small town, news got around pretty quickly. The police were helpful at first, and the local newspaper took a lot of interest as well. However, the story was never published, and the local television news never followed up either. For several months, my son Justin and I stayed in a hotel near my parents' house. After we decided to return home, I began looking for answers myself. I eventually located a man in the next town over who had a similar story. We got in contact and began talking about our experiences. He knew of 2 other people in New York who had seen the creature we now refer to as the rake. It took 4 of us about 2 solid years of hunting on the internet and writing letters to come up with a small collection of what we believed to be accounts of the rake. None of them gave any details, history, or follow-up. One journal had an entry involving the creature in its first 3 pages, and never mentioned it again. A ship's log explained nothing of the encounter, saying only that they were told to leave by the rake. That was the last entry in the log. There were, however, many instances where the creature's visit was one of a series of visits with the same person. Multiple people also mentioned being spoken to, my daughter included. This led us to wonder if the lake had visited any of us before our last encounter. I set up a digital recorder near my bed and left it running all night, every night for 2 weeks. I would tediously scan through the sounds of me rolling around in my bed each day when I woke up. By the end of the second week, I was quite used to the occasional sound of sleep while blurring the recording at 8 times the normal speed. This still took almost an hour every day. On the first day of the third week, I thought I heard something different. What I found was a shrill voice. It was the rake. I can't listen to it long enough to even begin to just transcribe it. I haven't even let anyone listen to it yet. All I know is that I've heard it before, and I now believe that it spoke when I was sitting in front of my husband. I don't remember hearing anything at the time. For some reason, the voice in the recorder immediately brings me back to that moment. The thoughts of that must have gone through my daughter's head made me very upset. I've not seen the rake since he ruined my life, but I know he has been in my room while I slept. I know, and fear that one night I'll wake up to see him staring at me. And that's the end of that story.
The,
Yeah,
the rake.
the rake.
It's
The rake.
it's such a terrible name for something that is so disturbingly scary.
Yeah, well, if you look at his picture, he looks oddly like something that we aren't going to discuss on this day.
Mm.
Um, we can discuss it later, but we're not going to discuss it now. Y'all can come to your own conclusions. He looks like this picture looks like the things that we are not going to talk about. Um, and the rake is very like there's multiple stories about him, but this is just one of them, like based around like that Wendy's. Exactly, yes, Wendy's. Um, of which I am not one. I'm not one. Yes, Wendy's. Yes. We're gonna call it that. We're gonna call them Wendy's.
Hi, welcome to Wendy's.
My name is Wendy. You killed my father. Prepare to die. But this is like a classic creepypasta. A classic one.
Yeah, it kind of has that classic feel to it.
Yeah, it's too long to read right now, but one day we should do the Russian sleep experiment. Um,
Oh, I like
it's
that
way
one.
too long. It's way too long to read tonight, but we should read it.
Yeah, I do like that one.
That one and not Tomino. There's a few other ones that we should read that I think would be really, really good to read. And like go over. Like there's so many good, just classic. I hate Wikia so much. Like classic creepypastas to go over that I think that we should make this a thing of just reading creepypastas.
That would be really fun.
Yeah.
I um can't stream for I'm running on I'm almost at like 5 hours now.
Oh
Um,
wow. Oh my god.
I cannot stream before that because my voice is kind of killing me a little bit.
Okay, we
Um,
gotta get you to bed, baby.
well, I mean, it's only 8:46, so
Well,
not
still, you've
quite
been
bed,
streaming for
but
5 hours?
it'll be five
We
hours
gotta
and
get you.
13 minutes.
Oh my god, we gotta get you some sleep.
But I really, really, really enjoyed fuck, what's it called? Slay the Princess. I want to keep playing.
You just like the princess.
Okay, that is besides the point.
Oh my god. Okay. Sleep is for weaklings? No, don't say that. You'll keep her up all
That's
night.
what I'm saying. Sleep is for the weak.
How late were you up last night, my love?
Um,
Answer the question.
I think midnight.
I know that I got a text from you at like 11:56, and
Yeah,
I woke up and I was like, Why was she awake?
some
Why was she awake?"
sometime after midnight because I was playing Overwatch with people, and then
I'm gonna tell your babysitters to put you to bed earlier.
I'm not a baby. I don't have babysitters.
Mm-hmm. your Overwatch people. I'm gonna tell them to put you to bed earlier, let you go to sleep.
Um, yeah, I did stay up too late, but oh,
All
I
right.
also did that collab with what was their name? Forus?
Hmm.
I think that
Oh,
was
right. You did the one this morning,
Fora.
right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they were really cool. That was fun too.
Nice. That's awesome.
I like being able to just like be a passenger in someone playing horror games and like
Yeah.
react along with them, but not have to actually be the one that makes the clicks that does the things.
Yeah, of course. Okay, I think that was our final story, everybody. We will do this again sometime. This is really fun.
Yeah.
It was amazing. I really like reading stories with you, my love.
Yeah, me too. I think I'm definitely going to do more like stories like this. Like,
What if we had a creepypasta reading channel? JK and less.
tee hee hee.
Hehehe. What if we shared a bed in Minecraft together? Ooh woo.
Ooh woo.
JK and less. Unless.
Unless.
Unless. Okay. We, I don't have raids yet because I'm not 30-day old channel, but I know who we're gonna raid right now. So
Who?
I'm putting her link in the chat.
Oh, is it Sen?
We're raiding Sen.
Oh, hell
That's right,
yeah.
everyone. Go tell Sen that we sent you. That we sent you. Get it? Ha 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 ha. More ha 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 ha. And that's gonna be it. Wait.
I don't know if I have any viewers, but I am sending them over now.
Okay, we're gonna go raid Sen. Everyone go watch Sen. Sen is amazing. We love Sen. Sen is the best. Besides like everyone else, Sen is awesome and we love her. She
Yeah,
is doing a cabin in the woods watch along right now, and she is amazing.
Sin is amazing.
Yes. Okay. Bye everybody. See you tomorrow. We're gonna be doing an Among Us stream tomorrow at about 6 p.m. CST. All right.
Bye
Bye
bye.
everybody.